The non-voting member at the table, Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Schools.
Good evening. Thank you, President Feaster.
And I believe that brings us down to our land acknowledgement statement. I will turn it over to Trustee Wilkerson and ask him if he would not mind, when he gets it up, reading the land acknowledgement statement.
I know.
All right, we acknowledge the Ann Arbor Public Schools District occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabeg, Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi. The taking of this land was formalized in a process alien to Native cultures by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. The Ann Arbor Public Schools recognizes that many Native peoples lived on this land at different times, including the Fox, Sauk, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Miami, Muscatoon, and Cherokee, many of whom were forcefully removed from their homelands. Acknowledgement by itself is a small gesture and does not exist in the past or solely in a historical context. Colonialism is a current ongoing process, and we understand our responsibility in educating students about our participation. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. It is our responsibility to care for this land, and we honor with our deepest gratitude the Native people who have and will continue to steward it for generations.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. And I believe that brings us down to a few moments of silence. I believe the first moment of silence that we will start with will be in memory of Abdul Ferris. And Superintendent Parksley, you want to add anything?
Yep. Thank you, President Feaster. Abdul Faris was a 10th grader at Huron High School who also attended Pittsfield Elementary School and Scarlett Middle School. Abdul was very well liked by his fellow students. He was kind and caring and was always willing to help when needed. At this time, we will have a moment of silence.
Thank you. The next moment of silence that we will have will be in memory of Shaquila Richardson, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks to give us more background.
Shaquila Richardson was an 11th grader at Pathways to Success Academic Campus, who also attended Scarlett Middle School and Pioneer High School. Her absence is certainly being her absence is being felt across our community. We'll have our moment of silence.
Thank you. And our next moment of silence will be in memory of Tanya Israel, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks.
Tanya Israel passed away on November 17th at the age of 89 and was a devoted educator, pioneering community leader, beloved wife, mother, and grandmother. Tanya's commitment to education extended far beyond the classroom. She was a dedicated public servant, serving on the Ann Arbor School Board from 1974 to 1977, and again 1984 to 1986. She also served 16 years on the Washtenaw County Intermediate School District Board of Education, including several years as president and vice president.
Thank you. And I believe that our first moment of silence will be in memory of Sari Sheriffrin, and I'll turn it over to Superintendent Parks to speak about Sari Sheriffrin.
Sari Schifrin passed away on December 10th, and she was a beloved wife of 49 years, a mother of 6, and grandmother of 5. She graciously served as a member of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Board of Education from 1999 to 2002. We'll have our moment of silence for Sari Schifrin.
Thank you. I believe that brings us down to the approval of the agenda. Trustees, you should have received the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Trustee Basket?
President Feaster and colleagues, I'd like to add a break in the agenda somewhere. I know some of us have been sitting for a while and some of you have had to come in late after work. So maybe around the 8:30, 9 o'clock period.
No problem for me. I don't know where we'll fall on the agenda, but I'll keep an eye for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Any other changes to the agenda, trustees? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So move. Second.
By Trustee Wilkes, support by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Osinski, please.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I believe that brings us down to public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone the individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their name called and are given an opportunity to speak. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes, with a total of no more than 45 minutes allowed for the public commentary period. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to Ann Arbor Public School District matters. Comments about any individual or individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and will follow up as appropriate. How many sign-ups do we have for this evening, Ms. Osinski?
We have 9 signed up this evening. First is Megan Ewing. Next is Karen Biddle Andre.
Good evening. My name is Karen Biddle, and I have 2 children in AAPS, one at Wines Elementary and one at Forsyth Middle School. I'm here to speak in support of all-day, phone-free schools in AAPS. In early August, my middle school son came home and found me on the back deck where I was working. I asked him how his day had gone. He looked at me and said, "Mommy, why was there so much blood coming out of Charlie Kirk's neck when he was shot? I don't understand why there was so much blood gushing out." I was surprised to hear this question out of my son because he does not have access to a device like a smartphone where he could have seen this video on his own. I was aware that the video of the shooting was making its rounds on the internet, and I hadn't seen it. I would not subject myself to that, nor would I want my children to view a video of a live human death. I asked him where he had seen the video. He said, "Somebody showed it to me at school in between classes." My child is an even-keeled child. He does not let much upset him. He's very rational, very cerebral, but the tone in his voice when he asked me about why there was so much blood revealed that he was upset. So I did a few things. First, I explained to the best of my limited medical knowledge, not being a medical professional myself, why there was so much blood. I thought it had to do with the carotid artery. More importantly, I said, "Honey, I am so sorry that you saw this video. I haven't seen it, and I wouldn't have wanted you to see it. Do you want to talk about it?" He shook his head and moved on to the next thing. As he walked away, I got my laptop right back out, logged into my personal Gmail account, and I emailed the principal at Forsyth Middle School about what had happened. My son had also shared with me that this wasn't the only concern he had about kids and phones at school. Another concern he shared is that children now have video cameras in their pocket, and he knows that kids are taking videos of fights, physical fights that take place at schools like Forsyth. Those videos haven't made their way onto the internet yet, but it's one click away. Perhaps most concerning and most saddening for me is the way his middle school lunchroom is a lot more quiet than a middle school lunchroom used to be, before kids gave up in-person socializing in favor of huddling around smartphones. When I emailed Principal Newing at Forsyth, I did receive, to her credit, a very fast response from her and from Vice Principal Face, sharing their heartfelt concern for my son and explaining the current cell phone policy. There is a classroom ban on phones that they report seems to be working for teachers. I am glad it's working for teachers. I don't think it's working for students. And students, after all, are the primary priority constituency of this district. I am one of a rapidly growing local and nationwide coalition of parents, teachers, and administrators who support all-day phone-free schools. I support all-day phone-free schools for the good of the social development of children who now silently stare at phones during lunchtime, and for the good of students in the hallway who are seeing and sharing video content during the day that no child should have to see, and for the good of children who could find themselves and their mistakes, maybe in a physical altercation, at risk of being put on the internet where it could live forever. I think it's clear that a classroom ban on cell phones is not enough, and I am excited and optimistic about the leadership opportunity that AAPS has right now to make decisions in the best interest of students in implementing all-day phone-free schools. Thank you.
Amiel Handelsman.
Amiel Handelsman here. Good evening. Parent of kids who've been to Angel, Ann Arbor STEAM, Huron, and Green Hills. One going to Huron next year. Wow, that was a really powerful and disturbing story. I wonder how many other kids in our schools have had that experience. Yeah, I just wanted to say that. I'm going to just go off script and just kind of speak to where I think we're at. So we've been having this conversation for a couple months. A bunch of parents have been coming here. You've been very dutifully and respectfully listening to us. And I've had the privilege of meeting one-on-one with all of you. And I really, really appreciate you taking the time to take this seriously and sharing your concerns and questions with me. And noticing that I'm writing them all down on my pad. And there's a reason why I write them down on my pad, is that we parents, this coalition that's growing and growing, and we've barely gotten started, quite frankly. We're here to challenge you, but we're also here to support you. We're here to challenge you because there are a lot of people who are really, really frustrated and angry, and you're not hearing from them yet, but you will. You will. Mostly what we hear are concerns about the parents who will be upset if we have a stronger policy. That's like the hornet's nest everyone is afraid of. I don't know what metaphor you want to use to describe what we're building here. Maybe a bear. Maybe you have a choice between a hornet's nest and a bear, and see which one is going to affect you the most. So I just want to say that I really appreciate the time we've spent together, and our coalition, our team, has been very diligent in getting answers to your questions. You may recall I sent you a couple weeks ago a video of an interview we did with Yonder. Yonder makes the locked pouches that the entire Los Angeles school district uses. So if any of us are wondering about a lot of the implementation challenges that would be involved in that, the Los Angeles school district is doing it. Yonder probably knows how to deal with every challenge that we have here. And that's why we did the recording. Did you see it? I know from at least one of you that you did, and you said that answered all of my questions. Do you have more questions? Do you have more concerns? Whatever you've got on your minds, we are here to listen, and we're here to help you get answers, whether directly or indirectly. I had somebody email me, a parent yesterday, who said, Amiel, I appreciate how collaborative you are. This is long past the time to be collaborative. It's time to, I forget the term he used, but it wasn't polite. And so I'm going to continue collaborating. I'm going to continue meeting with you. I'm going to continue listening to your concerns, and our whole team will. And on the outside, part 2 of the strategies, we're going to keep building this movement. So basically, without lifting a finger, we've got about 900 signatures on the petition. We haven't even started yet. We have not even started yet. I think I sent out an email to 20 people, and then when people sign the petition, I send them an email that says, thank you. Please share with others. That's the strategy so far. We haven't started. That's almost 900 signatures. So you can look for that coming in terms of like giving you a little healthy pressure on the outside. But another way to look at the healthy pressure is if you sign on, if you decide we've thought this through, we've talked to our stakeholders, we want an all-day policy with, let's say, Yonder pouches. You have an entire constituency who has your back. So yeah, we're going to put pressure on you, and we're also here to support you. And if people come after you, we're going to be right there saying, hey, we pressed for this and we support it. So thank you for your time tonight, and I look forward to meeting with all of you after the holidays. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Thank you.
Anya Makovic.
Good evening, members of the board, administrators, and community members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Anya Makovic. I am an alumni of Pioneer High School, and I currently teach there. I've been a teacher for this is my 8th year teaching full-time, and I am so incredibly happy to be back in the district where I grew up and learned from. I'm here to advocate for a clear, consistent, district-wide phone-free school policy, one where students give up access to phones during the school day entirely, rather than placing the responsibility of enforcement on individual teachers. I've worked in several different school districts, and I want to begin by saying that Pioneer is by far the best district I've experienced when it comes to supporting teachers with phone enforcement. Providing hanging phone pockets in every classroom and having a consistent location for phones across the building is a strong step in the right direction, and I truly appreciate the support. However, even with that system in place, the reality is that phone rules still vary from teacher to teacher. Some allow phones at certain times, some allow them in backpacks, some don't. Students move from class to class all day, and these different expectations have an impact. The inconsistency leads to conflict, arguments between students and teachers about rules, fairness, and enforcement. These conflicts take time, energy, and attention away from what teachers are actually here to do: teach and build relationships with students. Speaking personally, it has taken a lot of my teaching time to enforce the phone rule every day, where I stand by my door and check every student's name with their phone slots. That's what it takes to keep the classroom truly phone-free. But in many classrooms, even with teachers doing their best, sometimes students win the fights, so they use their phones in class. And teachers do often prioritize the relationships that they have with the students over enforcing this phone rule that admittedly is super beneficial. In schools around the country that are phone-free all day, none of this happens. If you don't have access to a phone, there's nothing to fight about. Another major issue occurs when students leave the classroom to use the restroom. When they have phones on them, those phones become an immediate distraction. Students spend more time in hallways or bathrooms scrolling, texting, or watching videos. It is simply not possible for teachers to monitor phone use 24/7, especially outside the classroom. Even when phones are placed in designated pockets, students sneak them out and use them once they leave the room. That is not because students are bad or irresponsible, it's because they're teenagers. Their developmental stage is to test boundaries. Expecting perfect compliance requires an unreasonable amount of time and effort from teachers who already have full plates. Too much instructional time is lost to reminding, redirecting, monitoring, and enforcing phone rules. Again, in schools that are phone-free all day, none of this happens. There's also the issue of phones in pockets. Students will often say, I don't have a phone, but they do. And once it rings, it's an automatic, I'm no longer focused. I wonder who that was from. Even with a phone in their backpack, if they have watches, then even those, they automatically look at their notifications and then they want to respond. And it creates this whole, but I'm texting my mom, and all of these conflicts. Having students give up access to their phones and smartwatches during the entire school day from first bell to last bell eliminates the issues altogether. It removes the temptation, reduces conflict, and restores learning time. It frees teachers like me from being phone police. Instead of spending energy enforcing rules, I can spend my time doing what matters most, which is building relationships with students, creating engaging lessons, and actually teaching. Thank you so much for your time.
Kevin Conti.
Evening. Joint statement by the Ann Arbor Public Schools and the Ann Arbor Education Association. The Ann Arbor Public Schools and the Ann Arbor Education Association recognize the needs for compensation to be competitive with relevant comparable districts. We acknowledge the importance of attracting and retaining high-quality teachers to ensure that every child has access to the best possible education. In this spirit, we are committed to working collaboratively to enhance teacher wages and benefits, reflecting the value of their hard work and dedication. The district pledges to be fiscally responsible and will continue to work with the union in good faith negotiations and build and maintain a salary schedule competitive with comparable school districts. Beginning in February 2025, we will start the work for the creation of this compensation model for the 2025-26 school year and beyond. Together, we will strive to ensure that Ann Arbor remains a place where great teachers are empowered to succeed and where students thrive. We believe that by working together, we can create sustainable and positive impact on the education system, benefiting teachers, students, and our community as a whole. Signed on behalf of the Ann Arbor Public Schools Assistant Superintendent, January 29th, 2025, and signed as representative of the Ann Arbor Education Association, January 29th, 2025. I trust that we plan on showing our community that these words are still our truth. I sincerely hope that you all have a blessed season. Thank you.
Sharon Sorkin.
I know the trick. Hi, trustees. Nice to see you. Sharon Sorkin. As you know, I'm the co-founder of Focus on Education A2. We work a lot with you to collaborate. I'm so appreciative of the work that you guys all do and the collaboration that we've had. I'm excited for some of the things that we're working on now, literacy, and of course, phones. So I'm here to talk a little bit about phones. So much to my chagrin, my husband and I decided we would give our kids phones when they went to middle school. If you ask me now, should I have done that? I kind of regret it, but here we are. We did put in as many restrictions and, everything at home that we could. We have a contract. I'm a lawyer, so, we wrote down a contract, and my kids thought it was really fun to sign it. And we keep it in my office. And one of the things we agreed was that when they get to school, it gets turned off and it goes in their lockers. And that's our family rule. And I'm actually really grateful that they go to Slauson, and Slauson has the same rule. And so that means, compliance is relatively easy. I'm fairly certain that if I wasn't in a partnership with Slauson and they weren't, implementing the same rule, that they would take their phones out as the other kids did. It's very appealing when you see another kid checking their phone. Even sometimes I'll be at a restaurant, I see somebody check their phone, and I check my phone because it's addictive. And so really, I appreciate the work that Slauson is doing to partner with the parents. And I know that day to day, it's not easy for the teachers, the administrators to make that happen. And I'm even hearing from Slauson educators and administrators that while it's working, there would be ways to make it better. And things like pouches or some way to make it effective so that they're not constantly, redirecting the children when they pull it out in the hallway or carrying it in their backpack. So here's where I'm going to get a little bit tough love on you. I was here in July, and I asked you to take this up then for this school year because I thought it was that important. And we didn't take it up in committee until last month. So I'm so grateful to Amiel's group for really, like he said, healthy pressure. I'm grateful that that got us where we are today, and I'm grateful that they've put forth a really compelling proposal that Focus on Education very much supports with the full day phone free with the under pouches. We think it's a great, way to approach it. And really, they're helping you do your job easier. They put something in front of you, you can evaluate it, you can decide, you can discuss back and forth, but this should be a no-brainer. We're not talking about anything that's controversial. This is bipartisan, multiple states. Australia, the whole country just bans, social media for kids. Like, this is not really a debate we need to have. This isn't a should we do it, it's a how do we do it. And as Ann Arbor Public Schools, I think we just saw a thing that said that student achievement is at the center of what you do. There's evidence that when phones are out of the way, student achievement goes up. And so I really feel like it's our job to give them every chance to succeed. So I also came here not for you to just hear what I have to say, but a couple of comments from the petition that is growing rapidly, but I think it's 900 so far. So the theme of these comments, I'm probably not going to get through all of them, is that when their smartphones are there, you don't see socializing. You see kids during lunch and passing periods sort of down at their phone, not even talking to each other. So one person said, I was recently a high school student teacher and witnessed how much phones affect our kids' learning and mental health. Yes, that's at schools that have pockets. Students don't talk to each other as much between classes because they're preoccupied with checking phones. I witnessed students who needed to pay attention the most sneakily using phones in class. Just keeping them out of class is not enough. Another person said, oh, I've got 4 seconds, sorry. I'll stop there then. We'll send you some other ones. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Edith Donnell.
All right. Thank you guys so much. There's a fancy thing that she did. Oh, that's cool. All right. Very helpful. Hi, I'm Edith Donnell. I'm a teaching assistant at Ann Arbor Open, and I'm so happy to be here talking to you guys. And I want to share how proud I am to be a teaching assistant for the Ann Arbor schools. This is a school district that I grew up in, that I was excited to have my children join. I have a student with an IEP, and so I understand from the outset how hard it is to help students to achieve who have a variety of needs. And I joined the district as a teaching assistant because I recognized the need and the need for additional support so that all students in my school, specifically Ann Arbor Open, could be supported. I'm proud of the work that we do, and our school has been wonderful at supporting teaching assistants and making sure that we are included and a component of the organization. I don't think that's the case in some other parts of the district. When I joined the teaching assistants for our meetings at the beginning of the school year, there's just a lot of distress, upset. There was demoralized feelings on a variety of subjects. And it's hard to see your coworkers so stressed. Certainly pay is a huge part of it. We are definitely not paid very much in comparison to other staff members that we work with. It's challenge. We have Chromebooks, which we didn't realize was going to happen. I think that was really hard on TAs that had computers before, real computers. So I think there's many reasons why people feel the way they feel. And I just want to emphasize that, like, as a parent, I'm proud of what this school district does for students, and I want to continue supporting that. And I hope that you recognize that TAs want to do the work, want to help students, recognize how important it is. Our work helps the achievement of all students. You see it in your work. When you're helping an individual who has additional needs, you're making sure that every other student in that class has more access and more support as well. So it's a big part of what we do. We're working hard. I'm worried about the plan for using EDGE staff to support the TA work. I'm not sure that they're providing the additional training that was indicated in a recent MLive article on the subject. I'm just not seeing it. And I am not trying to say that EDGE staffers, people working from EDGE staff, are not doing the work, but I don't know if there's additional education that's happening there like they're supposed to. And so I'm hoping that you recognize that TAs who work for the district directly are real team players and very willing to collaborate. We want to have more education. We want to do the work. So thank you so much for your time.
Elijah Morrow.
Hello, everyone. I'm a junior at Huron High School, and I'm here today on the topic of school start times. Since freshman year, I've had to wake up every day at 6:30 in the morning to catch the bus that comes at 7:15. Most people, including myself at the time, don't think twice about this. It's just one of the facts of everyday life, waking up early for school. Complaining about this usually gets an eye roll from adults and teachers and administrators. If you're tired, then maybe you should have gone to bed earlier, is what they'll say. Get used to it. Stop being lazy. But if you do just 5 minutes of research, you'll learn that teen circadian rhythm is wired to make them sleep later than adults. I spoke with Kathy Goldstein, a sleep expert at U of M, who explained that the natural sleep time for teens is around 12 to 1 a.m., which positions the natural wake-up time at about 8 to 10 a.m. Teens often can't just go to bed earlier, and even if they do, they'll still be tired in the morning. And as I did more research, I learned I'm not the only one that's realized how unreasonable the current system really is. The CDC and American Pediatrics Association both state that high school should start no earlier than 8:30, and yet AAPS high schools start at 8. There have been numerous studies that have unanimously proved that pushing school start times later increases attendance, increases GPAs, increases graduation rates, and increases test scores. It decreases accidents on the road and has positive effects on mental health, including depression and suicide, which, as you all know, a student at Huron recently fell victim to. As I said, I'm not the only one. There are groups and campaigns nationwide to start school later. California and Florida have both recently made it illegal to start school earlier than 8:30 a.m., and there's pending legislation in 28 other states. Clearly, there's no debate that pushing school start times is somehow bad or not effective. That's not the question. The science and the research is crystal clear. The question is, how are we going to get this accomplished and when? I'm a junior, so I don't have much time left in high school, and I'll probably never get to see the start times pushed. But that's not the point. The point is that every day of school that the start times stay the way they are, this system is forcing our teens to wake up hours earlier than they naturally should. It's making our kids perform worse in school or not even go to school. It's putting them at higher risk for depression, anxiety, and suicide. It's forcing these overtired teens who just learned how to drive onto dark, wintry roads, where it should be no surprise where they get into accidents. This system needs to change. That is clear to me, it's clear to students, it's clear to teachers, to experts and researchers, it's even clear to lawmakers and politicians. And I hope it's clear to you. So the question becomes not should we change the system, but how do we change the system and what do we have the capacity to accomplish as a district? I've been emailing some administrators on the best way to evaluate this, but that process has been painfully slow. So though I have not gotten concrete answers on how the system works, I'm here today because I believe we need a public, transparent evaluation of alternative scheduling options. That way, as a community, we can have informed discussion about what our options are, what resources they will require, and the effects they will have. I look forward to working with you all as we move forward to get this system changed. Thank you.
Kath Weeder. Kath Weeder.
Okay. Hello. My name is Catherine Wider, and thank you for hearing my remarks. I'm a parent of a teenage boy who's now a sophomore at Skyline High School. And I've been part of this process watching a collection of parents and teachers and experts come before you for the last couple of months here, producing mountains of evidence, both personal, anecdotal, scientific, about the negative impacts of phones on our children. Everything from executive functioning to the rise of suicidality and depression, and to its effects on our teachers' ability to effectively manage teaching in their classrooms. And it just seems so utterly clear that our children, our teachers, and our schools would be 100% better without cell phones during school hours. all hours, not just 40, 50 minutes during class, and all of the schools, not just this school or that school, all of the schools. So what's happening, right? Why is this so hard? And I really feel like, why should you take this on? Why should you have to deal with a problem that it seems to be parents caused, right? Why shouldn't it be the parents who deal with this? And why should you take on the expense and the trouble and the time to figure this out and to impose a district-wide policy on cell phones? And even, why should we expect you to withstand the potentially harrowing and unpleasant blowback from parents who have gotten really used to contacting their children all throughout the day, or parents who are in constant contact with the child for mental health reasons that are paradoxically being caused by cell phones? Safety concerns. So here we are, yet here we're asking for you to act. Despite all of that, we're saying, we're a group of parents and teachers who have been really struggling alone in our homes and alone in the classrooms. And I wish I didn't have to ask you to do this. I wish the US government would regulate it like Australia and just say, we didn't have to decide, you didn't have to decide. Government did. Or like Texas, the state would just say, you got to do this. But you know what? It's not happening. So someone's got to act. Someone's got to do something about it. It's not happening. So here we are on the local level, and we're saying, please, let's have political courage. Let's work as a community. Let's make this happen. Let's be leaders. And we can all pass the buck. I can pass the buck as a parent to you, the school board. Or the school board can say, you principals, you deal with it on your own. And then the principals can say, you teachers, it's in your classroom, you deal with it. Or then the principals will say, I'll pass it back to us, it's the parents. So as parents, yeah, we need to organize ourselves, and we need to make parent packs and form reading groups and educate each other. And right now, we are realizing that we can do that, and we are also ready, and we're organizing, and we're ready to march, and we're advocate and educate and speak out to support you. If you are willing to be decisive and take action, we want to work together with you, and we will work on your behalf. As a parent, I need your help. Teachers need your help. Principals need your help. 7 hours every day without phones. Teachers get their classrooms back, the halls back. Kids get their mental health break and their minds back. Parents have support for policies they may want to impose at home. We need to be a community together. We can do this. Thank you.
That concludes public commentary.
We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
Just a couple regarding the cell phones. That work continues to move through the committee process, as was referenced, and so we'll continue discussing that. I'm sure trustees will continue discussing that through the committee structure to bring some recommendations back to the full board. The school start time, for a little bit of background there, around 2018, the district actually moved high school start times after a year prior's worth of work with an advisory group of parents, students, experts, district staff, school-based staff, to explore the issue of high school start times. Before 2018, high school started significantly earlier than they do right now. And pickups for students at high school were, like our students said, quite early, beyond even our level of desire at that time. So after a year's worth of work from that advisory, high school start times were moved to the current time of approximately 8 o'clock, which was about as late as we could get for a high school start time based on multiple factors, including the ripple down effect of impact to middle and elementary start times, our transportation tiered structure, and the constraints with that. And so I'm pleased that we were ahead of the curve in the adjustment to high school start time. And so we will get our students' commenter some information on what that process entailed, the work that was done, and things that went into the decision, so that there's some additional information that he has for his interest in the high school start time. But again, we did go through that process, and we implemented new high school start times in 2018 that were later than they had previously been, and that change eliminated high school student pickups for the most part before 7 o'clock in the morning. So we were proud to be able to do that and make that change at the time.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Trustees, I'd like to call to your attention the community feedback for this meeting. And I believe that brings us down to number 6, item for review. I don't believe there's anything there, Ms. Olszewski. Okay. So that brings us down to number 7, reports of association. And I believe we have Mr. Klein here from AAEA to speak, and also Ms. Claire Alters is also here.
Amended.
Good evening and happy holidays, trustees, Superintendent Parks, Ann Arbor Public Schools community, and all the talented and fierce AAEA members and parapros and office professionals. My name is Fred Klein, and I am the president of the AAEA, which is the union that represents the professional instructional staff of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Tonight, I want to begin by recognizing AAEA member Danielle Capitan, a German teacher at Pioneer and Huron High Schools, and a member of the AAEA bargaining team. Danielle was recently honored with the Michigan World Language Association's Distinguished Service Award, a statewide recognition for her leadership, advocacy, and unwavering commitment to world language education. Danielle's work goes far beyond teaching German. She is a tireless advocate for language programs as essential, not optional, components for a complete education. At a time when world language programs across Michigan are being cut or marginalized, Danielle has been outspoken about the academic, cultural, and economic value of multilingualism. She has lifted up Ann Arbor's multilingual history, emphasized the career and cognitive benefits of learning German, and fought to preserve access to language education for all students. Through innovative classroom practice and state-level advocacy, such as the Invest in My Kids initiative, Danielle exemplifies what it means to be an educator leader. She is precisely the kind of educator this district should be fighting to retain and support. Congratulations on your Distinguished Service Award, Danielle. I also want to highlight a development elsewhere in Michigan that deserves this board's attention. This month, the Grand Rapids Education Association reached a tentative 2-year contract agreement with the Grand Rapids Public Schools. That agreement represents an estimated 11.8% increase, totaling $10.4 million in new investment in teachers. It also includes increased overage payments for oversized classes, expanded elementary planning time, and provides additional stipends for their educators. Grand Rapids made a clear choice to support students by meaningfully investing in educators. Here in Ann Arbor, the AAEA and the district continued financial bargaining this past Monday. We engaged fully in the interest-based bargaining, or IBB, process, adding options, developing straw designs, which are combinations of options that become sort of a proposal, and we worked in good faith to move toward agreement. Despite these efforts, we did not reach a tentative agreement. As a result, our contract will expire during winter break, and educators will return in January without a contract. During bargaining, the district made the board's position unmistakably clear: no raises without concessions. In plain terms, educators are being told that in order to receive any pay increase, they must surrender hard-won contractual protections secured through decades of advocacy, sacrifice, and struggle. That position is unacceptable. As an aside, I found it very interesting to read in MLive today that the district is not claiming a financial crisis, yet you are still seeking concessions from teachers in order to get any increases in compensation. You are asking outstanding educators like Danielle, like the award-winning teachers repeatedly highlighted in my reports, and like every AAEA member serving Ann Arbor students, to weaken their own working conditions just to be paid fairly. That is not collaboration, it is not partnership, it is coercion, and it is wrong. Let me be clear, this approach harms students. There's a fundamental truth that cannot be negotiated away. Contracts that are good for educators are good for students. For example, contractually protected planning time ensures thoughtful, high-quality instruction. Class size limits allow teachers to know their students and meet individual needs. Fair pay and benefits ensure educators are not forced to take second or third jobs just to survive, jobs that steal time from lesson planning, providing students feedback, and the countless unpaid hours teachers already devote to their students. AAEA members invest their love, energy, creativity, and often their own money into creating classrooms where students feel safe, challenged, and inspired. Yet Ann Arbor Public Schools has a long and troubling history of failing to invest adequately in us. For nearly 2 decades, educator compensation in Ann Arbor has not kept pace with the cost of living, particularly in this community. As housing, childcare, health care, and basic expenses have soared, educators have endured wage freezes, step freezes, and permanent salary cuts. Between 2010 and 2014 alone, teachers absorbed more than 5% in permanent salary reductions, losses that were never fully restored. Just as salaries began to stabilize, additional freezes were imposed in 2018-19 and in 2019-20, pushing educators even further behind. This shows a history of neglecting educators and failing to invest in those essential to making this district successful. Recent improvements, step restoration, modest raises, one-time payments, are acknowledged, but they are insufficient. One-time payments do not compound. They do not repair long-term erosion. They do not allow educators to plan for their futures or afford to live in the community they serve. Over time, this pattern has dramatically reduced purchasing power and undermined stability. This is not just an issue of fairness to educators, it is an issue of educational quality and district sustainability. Compensation affects who applies, who stays, and who leaves. If the Ann Arbor Public Schools wants to attract and retain excellent educators, salaries must become competitive with our comparable districts, and after that, keep pace with the cost of living. Continuing to lag behind is a deliberate choice, and one that carries real consequences for students. We are asking this board to acknowledge the full history of undercompensation in this district and to commit to sustained structural salary increases, not temporary fixes or raises conditioned on concessions. Our educators deserve stability. We deserve respect. We deserve compensation that reflects the critical role we play in our students' success. In your budget process, you must start allocating money for educators before allocating it anywhere else. Start investing in us. The AAEA stands ready to continue bargaining in good faith. Invest in us. Thank you.
Claire Arthurs, AAEAP.
So when you're 5'2" and you go after Fred Klein, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Greetings. Board of Trustees, Superintendent Parks, and the greater Ann Arbor community. Thank you again for this opportunity to address you. First, I just want to single out, we stand united with AAEA as well as AEA-OP. We all heard the same information about not being even considered for raises without giving up concessions. And we agree that it's just completely unacceptable and not sustainable. It's not a sustainable system, and it's not a way to teach students that you value them or students that you value their staff. I'm Claire Arthurs. I have the honor of being the president of AEAP. Our union, first of all, many of our members are here tonight, and I'm so grateful for them joining us. We are sort of like the Avengers. There's a lot of different roles within AEAP, and we all have different ways that we are superheroes for our students. AEAP is comprised of community assistants, career tech staff, theater technicians, registered behavior technicians, preschool staff, Head Start teachers, before and after school care, and the majority of the individuals in AEAP are teaching assistants who work in different positions supporting special education, supporting students who have special education goals. Bargaining was this week, and we are discouraged. I don't have another way to say it. We are very discouraged. It is baffling to be told that our entry level is $22,000 and we won't be considered for raises. It is baffling to have that information mirroring knowing that non-unionized staff, some of whom in this district have been given 5, 6, 19% raises over the last 2 years during this period of financial instability. We are not even asking for that much. So it is frustrating and hard. Okay. I hope to draw the community's attention to a recent article called AAPS is Reducing Its Teaching and Overall Staff. Here's why. My hope is that all of you have seen this article. If not, I'm happy to send you a copy. I wouldn't want to be in any of your positions. I want to be clear. Many of you started at a time when we were already in the middle of a fiscal crisis. Thank you for stepping up, and thank you for staying, working tirelessly for very little money, just for the greater good of students. I'm genuinely grateful for the steps the district is taking to correct and regain our financial stability. I firmly applaud the district in its transparency to share both about staffing reductions and about staffing shortages, specifically in special education. The last information I had was that there were 46 open teaching assistant positions and approximately 25 open special education teacher positions. I thank you for looking to reduce your staffing through attrition rather than layoffs. I truly appreciate the humanity of this choice. I am concerned regarding the idea of reducing teaching assistants at all and paraeducators of any kind. I'm concerned regarding your retention efforts for TAs. I appreciate the 15 people that you've interviewed on why they've stayed, as well as the exit interviews of those who have left. I want to shout out the many times that HR has been flexible outside of the contract. There are many things HR does that people don't realize they do, and we are grateful for that. We are grateful when members are allowed to use sick time for bereavement. We've had at least 2 TAs that have resigned and then later chosen to take their jobs back, and HR has been supportive in this process and flexible. We're grateful for that. I receive about 2 or 3 texts a week from someone in AEAP. They are either telling me that they are quitting or retiring, or they are reporting some sort of latest injury that they have sustained while at work. I don't have the numbers with me, but we've had over 30 incident reports filed for our unit in the last 2 months. I've had 3 people contact me asking if they know of any financial support for TAs. We, unlike the teachers, did ask for an extension of contract, so our members are safe with the contractual privileges, and we thank the district for signing that with us. However, any notion of raises that members had sort of hoped was coming, they're now struggling. They're already struggling. I've already regaled this board with the tales of how many of our members are on food stamps, they are living out of cars, they are looking for housing vouchers. The article that I heard specifically highlighted that the district is training EduStaff substitutes to be paraeducators. In many ways, this is truly fantastic news. All of our students and staff are safer with more in-depth training and supervision that substitutes have. I admit the article was the first I'd heard of the program, and I'm not sure what the training is for these substitutes, but I would imagine it's a combination of the paraeducator boot camp and NVCI training. My reasoning is that during this summer's paraeducator boot camp, I was networking to drum up support for the Education Support Bill of Rights I mentioned to you guys last meeting. As I was doing so, I met at least 6 EduStaff subs who were working long-term assignments in AAPS. I asked if they were interested in becoming a paraeducator. They quite literally laughed in my face, remarking, "I can't do that for that little money. I'm so sorry you have to. I don't know how you do it." Some of these individuals shared that they had been subbing long-term as a sub teaching assistant for 3 years. I have heard repeatedly that HR can't find anyone for AEAP positions. Recently, when this was mentioned, I shared that I was certain of several individuals who were working as long-term substitute teaching assistants through EduStaff that they could offer these positions to. I was told those individuals might want flexibility and not want to commit. After clarifying I was speaking about individuals who show up at the same school every day for the last 1 to 3 years, I was told the district can't force folks to work for us. I just want to be crystal clear so everyone knows. I recently found out in the state of Michigan, it's illegal to privatize any educational staff. Paraeducators are included as educational staff and therefore cannot be privatized. In continuing to post positions on EduStaff earning $200 a day if the individual agrees to work 3 to 5 more days per week, this is on the district's website, posting for EduStaff $200 a day. The district is actively competing its EduStaff subs against individuals who could potentially apply to be TAs earning $17 an hour. TAs have direct supervision and a specific evaluation rubric that we are held to. We also are required to attend several professional learnings throughout the year. Many of us have built cumulative knowledge over the years that we've been here long enough. We're part of the district's year-long anti-discrimination initiative. We had virtual book clubs unpacking Cornelius Minor's We Got This during the pandemic. We completed seemingly endless models of ParaSmart, ParaSharp 1, 2, 3, as well as this year the modules for the Council of Exceptional Children. We've also had many professional developments put on by the staff of OSE. We've been evaluated by our administrators. We work on goals for growth. We also have years of hands-on experience in our roles and strong relationships with students, teachers, and administrators in our buildings. EduStaff subs have none of those things. WISD pays $7 more per hour for entry-level positions. They have smaller class sizes and significantly stronger communication and safety procedures amongst their staff. WISD and EduStaff are the 2 jobs I hear most often that our unit leave for. The research has told us again and again that the best way to get through to a student is through relationship building. At the heart of education is understanding the humanity within each of our students. What might seem like an out-of-place outburst to some might actually be that student can't read at the same level as their peers. A student seeming to blow their top doesn't necessarily share outwardly that their parents are fighting at home or that they're hungry and they're struggling. When I think of our unit, the very first thing I think of are these relationships. With many of our assignments being one-on-one support following up through grade levels, many of us have known entire classes for many years. We saw them grow as kindergartners, we saw them evolve, we're seeing them squeal over dates and all sorts of other craziness. There's a combination of us being paid so abysmally low, as well as many individuals in education understandably wanting to have their summers off. And many of our most at-risk and highest need students still needing specialized services through the summer. The result is that a lot of the different summer school programs are sustained, almost not entirely, but sustained very strongly by AEAP members. This means our staff is able to interact with students through all these different lenses. At Tappan, when we have 5th grade transition day, I can't underemphasize how thrilled 5th graders come running up to TAs who worked with them at the feeder elementary schools. It's like they saw a celebrity. They're so excited to see these individuals that they knew for 4 or 5 years. Grins from ear to ear. We are often the adult that students turn to when something is wrong. We are their confidants, their mentors, their educators, their cheerleaders. We are mandatory reporters who look out for them, and we are professionals who work cohesively with the rest of the education team to challenge our students to become their best selves. It's because of these relationships that the district should want to invest in us. Some of the district schools, I've heard concerns about looking at the link and the causality between students who are disproportionately suspended, the students who have special needs, students who have IEPs. These are fires that many of us put out 12 times a day. And I wonder how many student suspensions don't happen because of our members being able to diffuse the situation quickly and calmly. And usually, if we're doing our jobs, you don't really notice. I again urge the board to look at data for the students who are suspended and ask if they were suspended on days they were working with a full-time member of AEAP or on a day they were working with an EduStaff substitute. We love our students, we love our coworkers, we love doing what we do. Many of us would be happy to do this for years to come if properly treated and compensated. Please help us continue to serve AAPS students with dignity and respect and the compassion that they deserve. It's a regular sight to see a paraeducator, even one who is struggling to feed their own family and struggling to pay rent, spend their own money out of their own pocket to buy a fidget for a student or to give a student some of their pencils or their snack from home. We give and we give selflessly. We give at the cost of being stressed out and tired for our families that we come home to after working 2 to 3 jobs. We smile and we keep everybody swimming when there's a new substitute leading the classroom and they're not seeing a student with ADHD or emotional impairment for the amazing, brilliant individual that they are. That student's just trying to learn, but they're having a little bit of trouble with disruption. Many in our unit have been inspired that they're parts of different cohorts for the Grow Your Own program. We have several individuals currently studying to be special education teachers or social workers. The district has an opportunity to grow their workforce. If you invest in your staff will repay you. If instead we routinely see promises broken and a lack of respect, it is easy to see why folks go to other districts. A lot of this is just depressing. I want to share it all with you, but it depresses me as well. Some highlights. We're grateful for the Collaborative Council, where we've been learning more about the incident reports, and we've been having increased communication in that area, as well as ways to increase safety. Anecdotally, since I saw you last, I've had many members report to me being threatened with scissors, having chairs thrown at them, being headbutt and bitten. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with the district to try and reduce these frequent instances of TAs injured on the job. We thank the many principals that take the time to urge their staff to fill out forms as well as to go to urgent care to get checked out. There's this book that came out. I wanted to say the 90s, but it's apparently 2000 something. The book was called They're Just Not That Into You. The premise of the book, regardless of the words used, an individual's actions speak volumes over pure lip service. If those actions repeatedly tell you that someone is not that into you, listen to those actions over overtures. When veteran TAs ask not to be transferred and are anyways, despite your apparent small army of substitutes, you aren't that into us. When veteran TAs ask to remain at their school to work part-time to finish their internship, and you deny their request because part-time doesn't work for you, you just aren't that into us. When veteran TAs ask to remain at their school to work to be on leave through April, and you instead force them to stay on unpaid leave till June, you aren't that into us. When TAs are using their bodies to physically use their bodies to support another student's body as they walk, are toileted, and are provided with food and medication through GI tubes, but you tell us that they do not qualify for additional pay as a medical TA, you just aren't that into us. When TAs have family emergencies and need to miss work, and the response is not that one of grace, but rather of discipline, you just aren't that into us. When we tell you we want safer working conditions and better communication, and the response is that these systems are already in place, you just aren't that into us. When you tell us that you won't give us raises without concessions on a contract that already offers us so very little, you just aren't that into us. But you should be, because you know who is? The students. Our students look to us as the trusted adult to help them with assignments, Band-Aids, fidgets, life crises, and many other things, and we show up for them. We keep showing up for them. Please help us keep showing up to them. Because so many members are here, I want to close with the last 2 paragraphs of the first speech that I gave you so that everybody has it in their minds. Being the president of the union, I now see the numbers that I've been feeling in my gut for 7 years. We see a sharp drop-off in staffing immediately following the choice to not continue the higher pay rate for one-on-one TAs and self-contained TAs. We lost over 1/3 of those individuals. That has now grown to 2/3 of those individuals. You see another sharp decline right after healthcare cost. We've gone down approximately 80 people from 2 years ago after holding steady at around 400 for a very long time. We were recently told that 400 may have been too high and that there were possibly too many TAs in the past. That's almost a fourth of our unit. Staff members are expressing being stretched too thin. When you have a case management, when you have a class that you're supporting 2 students, you can give those students the respect and the accommodations that they deserve in an inclusive, least restrictive environment. With the caseload so high due to the combined push-in model as well as the lack of TAs, we are often with about 6 to 10 students in our care who we then all leave as a small group setting, which is the opposite of inclusivity. It is the opposite of least restrictive environment. But we sort of have to do it because there's so many students that need attention. The significant thing is we come back to work every day. We do this because we love helping our students. We love our jobs most of the time. We love the students at AAPS and we love the staff that we get to work with. Our members show up every day and they do a phenomenal job at what they do. I am grateful for the communications that have already started and I hope that they continue to improve. It's a moment where we can make a choice. We can make a choice as to what collaboration means. Right now it's starting to feel like collaboration means that we collaborate and we hear a lot of no. I would love to collaborate with the district. That would be amazing. We know that every child deserves a champion, and often AAP members are your child's champion. Please, as you go into your winter break, and the board as you go into your retreat, please keep us in mind. Please keep teachers and OP staff in your mind as we think about the idea of not allowing any raises without concessions. I thank you for your time. I hope you have a prosperous new year.
I believe Ms. Parks has a clarification.
Yeah, I typically don't after reports, but I do think it's important to clarify a couple of things. First of all, we absolutely care deeply about our educators, our teachers, our leaders, our staff, and do not take them for granted. We have been very open about wanting to ensure that we can provide our staff with the adequate, proper compensation. And we have to do that, though, while also ensuring that the district continues the process of stabilizing its financial health. From the report, I do want to just clarify, the district central leadership team has not sustained those raises that were referenced. The staff do not take steps or have not taken steps in the past couple of years. And also, they do not get raises when our educators and leaders do not get raises. And when they do get raises, all staff, the central leadership team only gets the equivalent raise that our educators do. They don't get a higher percentage of a raise. So I do feel like it is important to clarify that detail. Thank you, President Feaster.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I believe that brings us down to number 8, community group reports. Ms. Ozinski, how many groups do we have signed up for this evening?
We have no group signed up this evening.
Okay. We can try to get through the board committee reports. I think we can take a break after that, as we discussed. So we're at board committee reports, and I will turn it over to Trustee Basket for the bond committee of the whole report.
Thank you, President Feaster. The bond committee met this afternoon. You will see the items under first briefing that the committee reviewed at that time.
Thank you. The executive committee also met briefly just to set the agenda for this meeting and discuss briefly the agenda for the next meeting. That's essentially all that we covered. Any questions about the executive committee's meeting? Okay. Then I believe I'll turn over to Trustee Wilkerson for the finance committee.
The finance committee met on Monday, December 15th at 9 a.m. We covered a number of topics that will come before the board tonight. We'll look at budget amendments and where the district currently stands with finances.
Thank I know that the governance committee did meet. I don't believe I was present at that meeting. I don't know if Trustee Basket or Wilkerson have anything to add from the governance committee meeting.
Sure, I may. So the governance committee did meet, and we reviewed policy that you will see today for first briefing.
And I believe that brings us down to the performance committee.
Yeah, I've been a little out of town here for a while. I believe, I don't know the date that we met, but I know the information we covered was supposed to be covered at our last board meeting, so it's been a while. It's the student enrollment, I believe, information.
That's correct.
Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Sorry.
Enrollment
Caught me
data.
off guard.
That's right.
And
Right.
And staffing.
yeah, staffing report. Thank you. Staffing report. I have my fellow committee members, my wingmen. Thank you.
I believe that brings us down through all of the board committee reports. I think we can take a brief 10-minute recess here per our discussion. Let's come back at 8:55. We are adjourned.
Adjourned.
Great. Great.
I recall this meeting at 9:02 p.m. I believe we are at number 10, the information section, and I will turn it over to Superintendent Park for the superintendent update.
Thank you, President Feaster. Just a few updates this evening. Rec and Ed received several honors in the Ann Arbor Family Press's annual Family Favorites community vote. What's even better is that we weren't aware of the voting was happening, so this happened without Rec and Ed staff voting and telling others to vote for them.
All right.
The enrichment activities category took second place in Place for Crafting. And in the Get Active category, Rec and Ed got first place in the soccer program, second place in the summer day camp, and also second place in sports camp. So congratulations to Rec and Ed for those honors. Pioneer High School Advanced Placement English and Acting instructor Sean Sabo has received a state-level Excellence in Education Award for work related to developing students' writing and critical thinking skills. The Excellence in Education Awards were established in 2014 by the Michigan Lottery and recognize outstanding public school educators for excellence, dedication, inspiration, leadership, and effectiveness in advancing student achievement. Mr. Sabo was recognized for his ability to bring literature to life and teach acting by transforming real stories and experiences into productions. He was nominated by a parent, citing his commitment to providing extensive feedback on student work. As part of the award, Mr. Sabo will receive a $2,000 cash prize and be featured in news segments across the state. So congratulations to Sean Sabo on the Excellence in Education Award.
All right, good job.
Community High School has been a loyal contributor to the Food Gatherers Food Bank, consistently raising more annual funds than any other school in the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Each fall, the students and staff launch a friendly competition with every forum setting individual goals and racing to raise money in creative ways. This year, they collected over $127,000, the most money that community high school students and staff have ever managed to raise, which beats their 2024 record-setting performance by over $40,000. Every dollar raised equates to 2 meals, so that's nearly 250,000 meals. This is a great example of the power of our Ann Arbor Public School students and staff and showcases how much we are able to do for the community when we all work together.
Great, good job. Yep. Good job.
And lastly, as we head into winter break and prepare to end 2025, it's a moment to acknowledge and thank all of you for your hard work, commitment, and creativity that you each bring to our schools every day to make them vibrant places to learn and grow. I'm genuinely excited for the new year ahead, and we will continue to learn and grow and achieve great things together. And I wish everyone a restful and joy-filled winter break.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Parks. I believe that brings us down to fiscal year 26, first general fund budget amendment.
Thank you. As Mr. Zaski makes his way to the microphone and adjusts that podium there, we are bringing forward this evening a planned budget amendment, which is typical once we have our accurate student count numbers and have had a chance to analyze the impact of the state aid K-12 education budget that we receive each school year. Our recently released audit confirmed that our fund balance at the end of the 2024-25 fiscal year stood at 7.16%. This budget amendment reflects the district's fund balance as projected when the 25-26 budget was publicly presented back in June of 2025. There, you will see that there's no significant variation from what was presented at that time, although we do continue to remain in a period of careful rebuilding after the significant budget challenges we have had the past couple of years. So as the district continues to manage the effects of the unusually delayed state budget this year, that was due June 30th, but it was not finalized until October 7th. We've been able to now analyze that as well as get our final student enrollment counts and special education funding determinations. Therefore, we are bringing this update forward now that we have a more complete picture in place. And so at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Zask.
Good evening.
Evening.
Sheriff, we're going to So we can actually start on slide 3 since Superintendent did a great job with slide 1 already. So it's great.
Sorry.
That's fine. That's perfect. Okay, so going on to slide 3 here. So I wanted to also just reiterate when we do bring the budget to you in June, that is our best guess at the moment in time that we have the information that we have at that time. So as updated information comes to us, which is about this time of year, last year I looked, we did the first budget amendment December 18th last year. So we're doing it a day earlier this year. So with that, we wanted to bring this items to your attention and go through our new budget. So our revenue, we anticipate it to decrease from $314 million to around $307 million. And our expenses to go from $314 million down to about $311. So as you can see on the one line there, it does, as Superintendent Parks did state, our audit came in about $3.6 million better than we had anticipated. But the bottom percentages, as you can see, our original budget, we had anticipated about an ending fund balance of about 5.8%, and we are anticipating now about a 5.72% fund balance. So our major things that came through on our revenue assumptions were in total for state revenue about a $2.3 million increase. That was based mainly on a foundation allowance increase of, in our original budget, we had budgeted a $400 per pupil increase. The state budget came in at $442. We did get an increase in our at-risk funding allocation. And the next two items are related to MIPSR's healthcare offset. We did receive about $2 million more in 27L4 MIPSR's healthcare offset, but we did lose about 1.6 in 147A1 MIPSR's cost offset. Our federal grants, we do anticipate with our next amendment, we will have more information on those. We are still with our consolidated app and our IDA grants. This is where we are at right now with the information we have, where our allocations are. As you know, with the federal government, there are still allocation and unstable funding. So this is where we're at now. We do anticipate that to change with our next budget amendment. And then that brings us down to our last one, our original budget. We had anticipated more in our Act 18 revenue from the ISD of about $7.7 million. So go to the next slide. So this is just, the previous slide was, just kind of shows in the numbers where we're at. So as we talked about our original budget revenue, we thought was going to be about $314 million. With all the items that we know as of today, we think it's going to be more around $307 million, so a decrease of about $7 million. All right, so the other one is for our expenditures. Same thing on the expenditure side. We go through and we try and anticipate where all of our expenses are going to be, and as new information comes to us, we do go through and amend the budget. So we are anticipating a decrease of about $2.8 million in expenses, which is a good thing. That's mainly made up of, obviously, revised since the beginning of the school year, our wage and benefits based on where our true attrition is, and obviously we have updated retirement rates that we put in there as well. That represents about 5.9 million savings. But then in our other line items, as you can see there, we do have a $2.1 million electric bus grant. We do anticipate, I believe it's receiving 2 electric buses this year, and so that's why that expense is in there. And then obviously we put in also about $1 million more in some additional services, just where trends are going right now with custodial, coaches, technology agreements, utilities. Slide. So this is just the functional where it lands on the actual budget line items. And if you look there, the total expenses at the bottom, as we talked about, was about $314 million in the original budget, and we're proposing an amended budget of $311 million. So in that, our actual audit fund balance, as we discussed, was about $3.6 million higher when Plan Moran came to present that. Our estimated revenues less expenses result in a decrease of fund balance of about $3.8 million. Our estimated fund balance is going to be around 5.79 of revenue and 5.72 of expenditures. And the couple of data points that we provide in a lot of the budget presentations that we've done in the past is our projecting ending fund balance now is projecting out to about $1,077,000 per student, whereas the original budget was $1,111. And our projected ending fund balance would cover about 15 days, which is very similar to our original budget of 15 days.
Could I just, I just want to make sure if you misspoke there or I didn't understand. The fourth bullet, projected ending fund balance is 1,077 per student, right? You said million, you didn't.
I did not mean million, I'm sorry.
It's getting double.
It's getting late at night, sorry about that. $1,077. Thank you for the clarification.
All right.
Question, trustees? Trustee Wilkes?
Yeah, if we could go back to slide number 4, and I know we talked about this a little bit in Finance Committee, but the $7.1 million decrease in Act 18 revenue from WISD, can you expound on that a little bit more? What exactly is that? And it looks like a hefty sum, and I think Superintendent Parks said this was like roughly 2%
of the
of
overall
the budget,
operating
of the
budget.
Overall
right?
revenue, correct. So that is the special ed revenue that we do receive from the WISD. That is, some of that is based on our expenses from a year ago. So it's a trailing expenses. So we had less expenses last year than we had 2 years ago. So that reduces the amount that we're going to get from them. And on top of that, it is also part of it is an allocated method. So it's the countywide, each school district, Ypsilanti, Dexter, Chelsea, everyone submits their 4096 expenses, which is your special ed expenses. Those are due by September 30th each year. And then the ISD figures out how much is in their budget to disperse to the districts. And then it is done on an allocated basis as well. So if we spent less and others spent more, our allocation percentage can drop. So at the time, that was our best guess estimate that we had used based on prior trends of the last 5 years. We had anticipated a small increase of about 1.6 from where we had landed at the end of last year, which was in our audit, which was about 44 million. So we had anticipated about 45 million. And this year, when we got our final allocation, it's going to be about 38 million. Is what's causing that decrease.
All right, thank you for explaining that because I think a lot of people don't understand that, and school finances are very complex. And even after explaining it, I'm sure some folks are probably still scratching their heads a little bit. But thank you for sharing that and for clarifying.
Trustee Muhammad?
So and thank you for clarifying that because I had a similar question. So what is the best strategy? Do you just like for the next budget, do we just estimate less? Because then you at least, I don't know. I mean, what is the best strategy? Because we estimated more and then we ended up getting significant. I mean, it's not as significant, but it's still $7 million.
I'll start and you correct what I get incorrect. So a part of it is making sure that we are factoring in any reduced expenses that we have for special education staffing and for special education services. The part that is difficult to estimate is what other districts will spend. That's always going to be hard to know and have a very finite number for this particular budget assumption because what we get is based on what every every district spends and vice versa. And so that's the part that's hard to know, but the part that we do know is what our expenses are during the school year. Have they gone up or gone down? And factoring that into the budgeting process that following spring.
Okay, so you're really trying to predict a trend a year in advance?
Yes, and predict a trend, not just for us, but the other districts in the county also.
Because if you spend less,
you get
less.
you get less.
But if you spend over, what if you spend over the budget? What happens?
Mr. Zasky?
So, like I said, it is a trailing year. So if this year we spend more than we spent last year, then we'll see that about this time next year when we're talking about the budget amendment. The other thing I'll say is, as for your original question, we are consistently looking at all of our assumption methods, because I know even if we look at last year, a year ago, we had anticipated a $250 increase in per pupil. It came back to zero. So we had adjusted. I was taking a look at that earlier today. I think we had like a $7 million decrease in state aid last year.
$7.7
Yeah,
million
7.7.
last
So we had looked
year
at
that we
so-
didn't receive from that per pupil foundation allowance that we didn't receive. So we did, it was the same thing last year that we did, just
So
a
it-
different funding source.
So it's common.
It's continual to keep looking at our assumption methods. The other thing I will point out is I feel like this year especially, even the state aid piece of it got later and later and later. It was October. It wasn't signed until October 7th. So I think the first budget presentation I think probably did it early June, which means late May, really trying to figure out the calculations. And obviously by June 25th, that's already been through twice, I believe. So we're just trying to use our best guess, our educated guess, and
So do we, sorry, one more thought. Do we just assume that we're going to lose this much every, like?
It will vary based,
I
yeah,
know.
it'll vary
I know.
based on our staff, our special education staff, as well as the number of students who have IEPs, in addition to the amount of services those students who have IEPs received and the cost of those services. So it's going to fluctuate from year to year, as it has, in the past years that we've been trending this data.
the other complex thing I'll add to that, one last thing, is that because it is a trailing year, like I said, if whatever we spend this year, it'll go into next year's budget. So on top of everything else, the special ed is, because everything's not due to the county to compile all their data until September 30th. So even at that point, we're talking 4 or 5 months past when we've already tried to project out where the budget's going to be for next year.
Mr. Wilkerson?
Yeah, so on that topic, I know in the Finance Committee meeting, for the benefit of the rest of the trustees, we did look at this number quite heavily and asked for some increased due diligence to determine the root cause of that decrease. I assume we might still be in progress.
Yes.
With, considering
Yeah.
been pretty tied up.
Yep.
One other thing I'll add is we are also still looking at the percentage. I know I came up in the Finance Committee trying to figure out the full percentage of, I know in the past there's been 96% has been a number that's been out there about how much we get reimbursed on special ed. So we're still in the evaluation process of that, trying to get data in the last couple of years to even help us with another data point to project out in, at this point, 5 months from now, trying to project for next year what it looks like.
Right, and then another topic we covered as well as compensatory services. Sparks, if you wanted to touch on
Yeah,
that.
so compensatory services are reimbursable also. So if we don't, if we have a staffing shortage, for example, in social workers, and some students don't receive their social work service, and those compensatory services roll into the next year, past September 30th, that creates an additional layer of trying to estimate kind of those costs, because the services that we provide for the prior school year happened after the reporting date. And so we still have to try to figure out how to factor in those compensatory service, the cost of those compensatory services too, that may be reimbursable. So it's a tricky formula to figure out. But we're reviewing all of the data points that Mr. Zasky referenced there, and really trying to come up with a bit tighter mechanism if we can for being a little bit more precise there. Again, knowing that we'll get to a point where we can't estimate, because again, it will be contingent upon what some of the other the districts in the county do also.
Right. So I think, what we're looking at is there just a shift in timing? So were expenses lower last year, they'll be actually higher this year because, we're making up for some of those services. We always get compensated a year in arrears for the services provided last year. So there's a lot of factors that go into it.
So in short, school funding is ridiculous.
Yes,
It is so
100%. 100%.
And we have to have some wiggle room because our budget is going to jump around depending on the reimbursements and whatnot. So that's why our board policy fund balance is important.
Well, if I may.
That's good.
Sorry. I mean, and we have to be careful too in how we estimate these numbers, because unlike our personal finance where, we may say, well, let's anticipate getting less next year, we are very, with a visual, transparent in that if we underestimate our revenue, then we're accused of hiding or misleading anything. So it's always a guessing game. And, remember, school finance is not like your own checkbook at home. We have so little control, and yet we have a lot of responsibilities.
And the other piece that I don't think, that I mentioned was every year will depend on the amount that the county has to disperse anyway, right? So they have their finite amount for all of the districts, and that amount changes from year to year too. So that will be another factor. That's another factor to your question, Trustee Muhammad, to take into account when building out this particular budget assumption.
Yeah, could you pull up slide 4 again? There it is. So I just want to reiterate, as we hear statements about, look, we got this increase, per pupil funding allowance increase, the decreases are wiping that out. So, you can't, it's disingenuous to speak or to tell parents in our community or whoever is passing this information to just take one piece of this and say, yeah, but you got this funding increase with this per pupil. It's just disingenuous all the way. You've got to look at the whole picture. So, I just hope that our community will watch this presentation and, we'll communicate to them so they can see what's going on in the total.
That's the best.
If I may, and I hope the community watches every month as we go through our budgets. I mean, when the call for transparency, I'm not quite sure what more we can do. But I'm not sure if you're prepared or the superintendent is prepared to talk about this incorrect information, quote unquote information, going out there about a $5 million deficit. Can anyone help me understand or us understand where this number could possibly have come from? I don't see that anywhere.
You're referencing the 600 emails we just received this evening?
Email campaign, yes,
okay.
sir.
No, 700.
700 emails we just received since 4 o'clock today?
Since 4 o'clock.
No, since 6, I think.
6 o'clock, okay.
Seriously, where is this?
I don't know, but what I can say is that despite, some of the rhetoric that you mentioned, to the contrary to that, this December amendment here does not constitute an additional crisis on top of, the careful rebuilding that we are already doing from the financial crunch that we experienced a couple of years ago. This budget amendment here reflects a fund balance that's 0.18% less than what we projected in June and publicly presented. Our fund balance is it's often referred to as a rainy day fund that helps the district adjust to the fluctuations in revenues and expenditures. Trustee Basket, you referenced, being more transparent every month we do the monthly monitoring report, and we have a slide in there that shows the fluctuation in fund balance from month to month. As an example, there are some months where there are 3 pay periods instead of 2. And that increases expenditures for those months, and the fund balance goes down. Other months, there are, there's an influx of local tax collections, and that increases our revenue, and the fund balance on that chart goes up for that month. So up and down for the fund balance is typical, and having the money in there to be able to cover those fluctuations is really what our goal is. And so when we hear about things being said, social media, and kind of calls to action around a crisis or a deficit, that is not accurate for what is occurring here. Again, last year, when we did not receive per pupil funding to the tune of $7.7 million, a call to action to legislators for that would have been appreciated, right? That was a failure to students at that particular time. And we brought forward an amendment that allowed for us to be able to make the adjustments needed and the amendment needed to cover that failure to students that we did not receive with that per pupil foundation allowance last school year. So it happens. The fluctuations happen. That is why it is important that we have a fund balance, number one, that's above the state minimum of 5%, but also stays in line with the board policy, which for us this year is 8%.
Trustee Wilkerson has something, then Trustee Wilkes.
Yeah, can we bring the slides back up and go to slide 3 real quick? I just want to reiterate a couple things. You know, if we remember back 2 years ago, we were at a fund balance at 2.2%. And, you know, since then, in the last year, the district's implemented additional financial controls over budgeting. We basically updated the policy to at least do 3 amendments per year. So one in the fall, once the state budget comes out, our student count is set, one in the spring, and then, of course, one at year end. So, you know, we are putting a lot of due diligence into this process. The finance team is looking at this constantly and trying to reassess assumptions. You know, we've been very transparent as indicated with our monthly reporting. And, you know, we truly take governance of the district extremely important as a top priority of this board as well. But if you look back at the bottom of this slide, you know, if we look at our projections from June, when we're basically making the best educated guess we can, and now we look at this amendment that's being brought forward, if you compare the variance in revenues, we have a 0.08% difference from where we projected in June. Now, there were pluses and minuses that are always going to occur based on those educated guesses. But to come in that close to where we projected, you know, 5 months ago is extremely impressive. So I think that's important to note. I think it's also important to note that the state average fund balance is 22%, and we are nowhere close to that type of situation at this point. And we're nowhere close to the recommended days of operation for your rainy day fund or your fund balance, right? We at this board table, we've heard 45 days, we're at 15. So if there's a cash flow issue, we need those funds to be able to pay continue to make our payroll, use those funds on a monthly basis without having to borrow cash to make up for it. So I think that's it's extremely important to recognize that and call out the finance team for that as well. And then I do want to mention that we were taken off this state. You want to cover that real quick?
Yeah, I was going to close with that if that's okay.
Yeah, okay. We can.
So we're proud to share that just a couple of weeks ago, early December, the Michigan Department of Treasury released Ann Arbor Public Schools from its early warning potential financial distress reporting process earlier than anticipated. This decision followed the Michigan Department of Treasury's comprehensive review of the district's budget, our budgetary assumptions as we're talking about now, our audit, our enrollment, and our multi-year financial trends. The district, for the past year and a half, has been required to submit monthly financial reports after being placed on the early warning list in the spring of 2023, when our fund balance, as was referenced, fell to near 2%. So Treasury cited as reasons for our removal from the reporting process improved fiscal responsibility, avoidance of deficit status, and strengthened financial controls as reasons that they, again, released us from that monthly financial oversight. However, they do also indicate that they will continue to monitor the district to ensure that we do not fall back into that prior status. And so again, continuing to do our due diligence to ensure that, as difficult as the decisions are to be financially responsible, we do have to continue to do that because we cannot go back. So we're proud to be off the list, in particular earlier than anticipated, but we have done this through some very difficult decision-making that we have had to do over the past couple of years, and honestly, continued difficult decision-making that we will have to do going forward to ensure that we are on a long-term trajectory for financial health and not just a temporary one.
Thank you, Superintendent.
I do have one other thing that I want to mention. Sorry, if we can bring the slides back up. Go to slide 6 really quick.
Six.
And I want to call this out because I want it to be very clear for the public. A $5.9 million decrease in wages is not because we cut wages. It's because of staff and things that have happened through attrition. So our total cost may have went down by 5.9 million, but this year we continue to provide steps to our educators. And I think it's also important to remember and recognize that on November 19th, when we were presented the audit, 96% of our costs from the budget go directly to staff and salaries.
Yep.
So, there's a lot of money, all of the money basically that we bring in the door is pretty much allocated to staff and salaries. And I think that's important to call out as well.
If you're clarifying steps, what are steps and how much are steps?
That's a great question. So all of our employee groups, except for the central office staff, receive steps annually. And this year, the steps were about to the tune of about $5 million, and that's recurring. So because steps are required to occur every year, so it's $5 million recurring for our employee groups. Again, all except for the central office staff who do not, they have not taken steps in the past couple of years out of consideration for the district's budget.
I'm sorry, Superintendent, there are still some lay people out there, and I was one of them, that didn't know what a step was.
Mm-hmm.
This is an increase in pay.
In pay, yes.
Not due to merit,
Correct.
not due to anything but
Correct.
being here.
That's correct.
Just being in the district.
Just being here.
And central administration, they do not get steps.
Correct.
So while the rest of the bargaining groups that are set up in the step diagram,
Yep.
they move. Not everybody does. I mean, Central Min doesn't. So
With salary.
yeah, but you do get an increase. By darn, it's maybe not as big as we would like, or meeting the cost of living. But neither are the monies that we're getting from the state. That's the thing we're running into.
Right.
That's the wall that we're hitting.
Trustee Wilkes.
So again, for clarification, so do the steps apply to TAs or not?
Could you clarify who all receive steps? It is paraprofessionals, it is our administrators, it is our teachers. ASCSA and AFSCME, TSP. And our office professionals. So all of those groups received increases this year via their steps.
So while our income, our revenues may not have increased, our obligations
Have increased. Correct. That's exactly right.
All right. Thank you all very much for the clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe that brings us down to 9.3, and that is the staffing and recruitment for the 2025 annual report.
All right, we have our dynamic human resources team coming forward to present this evening the annual staffing and recruitment report. And I will turn it over to Assistant Superintendent Langford at this time to kick us off.
All right, good evening, trustees, Superintendent Parks, community, staff, everyone here. We are HR and we are rule followers, so we were told that we got to do this in 12 to 15 minutes, and we're going to do it. So you all, I know, have this presentation available to you, and I know that we did it also in Performance Committee, so you have it there. So we're going to rush through this a little bit, just a little bit. And that is the first slide that I am going to bypass. The one thing before we start, I did want to introduce everyone. Sorry. I'm Shantae Langford, Assistant Soup, Holly Shearer and Kia Hagans, who are both directors, and Kenya Glover, who is an HR coordinator in our department. Okay. So this is just a quick slide. I'm not going to go over it much, but just to, again, reemphasize that our diversity core values, our sense of belonging and inclusiveness are all still at the top of our list. And these are things that we like to follow and make sure that we're adhering to in everything that we do, not just in HR, but across the district. Go past this one, please. Next. All right, I wanted to talk about our staff FTE totals by group, and I'm not going to read all of them, but just to say these are all employees, so this would also include central office, as you see there at the bottom. And right now, our total FTE, and I just want to give a quick explanation of what that is, not head count. So, for example, if Trustee Wilkerson and Trustee worked 0.6, Trustee Schmidt worked 0.4, that's 1 FTE. So they would be 2 head count, but 1 FTE. So just so we understand what we're looking at in numbers. So to date, our FTE is at 1878.73. This is a 5-year look back of where we've been with our FTE. So I'm going to focus a little bit just on that teacher blue area there. If you look back in 2021, we were at about 1494.28 FTE, went to 1494.3 the next year, and then 1516.93 in 23-24, and then you see that 24-25 drop where we went to 1388.63. So I know that most of you were here, and those of you who were not recall that back in 24, we began to have to look at making some reductions and right-sizing staff, doing some layoffs, things of that nature. So that 1516.93 drop to 1388 is a reflection of what you see there. And I want to reemphasize a few things that I've heard this evening. I think Trustee Wilkerson talked about some of the things that we were doing to make sure that we are right-sizing our staff. So when right-sizing staff, part of that is just through attrition. So when we get letters of resignation or retirements that come in, we are going through a very strenuous process that starts with a team looking at each position and making a determination on whether or not that position needs to be filled. So we're looking at things like enrollment, students who are electing those classes. Do we need to fill that position? So that we're making sure we're staying in alignment with our numbers. So from last year, 24-25, we were at 1388. This year, and this was as of October 10th of this year when we first start putting this together, we're down to 1373. So we're about 15 staff less at that time in October, and I'm sure if we check that number now, because these numbers are fluid, you would see a further reduction. And we anticipate as we go through the year that we'll probably have a total of about 50 or so reductions as we continue to look at right-sizing our staff.
Mr. Schmidt?
So when I see that drop from 23-24 to 24-25, if I remember correctly, over a 4-year period, we lost 1,100 students, and we had to make those changes. I mean, you don't, and of course the pandemic, was happening, and then we came out of it, kids had more needs, and there were decisions made to hold the staff, but we had to do that. When you lose those kind of students, you can't keep your staff up at those numbers, correct?
Yes, that is correct. Absolutely agree.
Yeah, our finance is per pupil. So if you lose that many students, then you have to make corrections.
All right, next slide, please. And I think I am going to skip, we're going to skip a couple of slides here, Andrew, and Kia is going to come up to do teacher retention and recruitment.
Good evening. Next slide, please. We're going to skip a few more. Couple more. Couple more. Yeah, we're getting there.
And
there
for
we
the
go.
viewing public, we got this report
Yes.
early,
You
so
have support
And the
early.
full
Still there.
report will
Yes.
be posted, absolutely.
And we've had the chance to review every slide that you sent it.
So I'm just going to highlight a couple exciting things that we've been doing. We've had virtual job fairs out of the Human Resources and Employee Relations Department, and we were able to not only we had about 50 people that signed up, about 45 actually showed up for the virtual job fair. We have new hire weekly orientation, and we pass out these really cool bags that you will receive one of. For our orientation, this year we have had 146 employees since July 1.
Thank you very
87
much.
of these have been from the AAEA group. And if somebody could open up one of the bags to see the best part. The best part of the bag. Every employee that enters the district receives
A candy bar.
a personalized candy bar, not any ordinary candy
That's
bar.
right.
But a personalized
I'll
candy
never
bar.
eat this ever.
And so that's really cool and exciting, and they get other Ann Arbor swag that you have in your bag.
Personalized candy bar.
So we typically have 6 to 8 participants each week. Of course, our numbers are higher during the beginning of the school year. We've had annual job fairs. We're working with different groups in recruiting, and we are lucky this year to have over 100 student teachers on site. And that's for this semester. We hope to have the same for next semester. And last Thursday, the Grow Your Own graduation graduated 9 students, which is a collaboration with EMU and the WISD.
All right, 9 more. All right, keep going.
May I ask, what are they certified in?
So this group, we have a TESOL group, and we might have that slide jumping out.
Teachers
but it's special ed, yes.
Right, TESOL, you guys have to say what TESOL is.
English to speakers of other languages.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, it was special ed, though?
Yes.
Specifically EI, that's what I
yes.
thought. Okay.
Slide 20.
Next slide, please. And in the Human Resources and Employee Relations Department, we've reimagined the HR Roadshow. We go out each Friday to buildings, and there are pre-selected buildings that we talk to all staff, sometimes even students. We've had administrator drop-in, new administrator training just recently. And on the screen, you'll see the Resourceful, which is our newsletter that goes out every month. It highlights staff, and it highlights things that are going on within the HR department. I think Claire actually mentioned exit interviews and stay interviews. We've been continuing those since last year, and there's some data on that. And then we will go quickly to the Grow Your Own program. This is the program that I just spoke of. We just had a graduation for the Grow Your Own program. We are working with EMU and the WISD. You can go to the next slide, please, Andrew. Those are the cohorts that are listed. And we started this all the way back in 2023, and we hope to have the next cohort is quickly approaching. I think that's on a slide that we have the data for you all, but we are cutting that slide. But we have the cohorts that are continuously going with both TESOL and the Grow Your Own. And I'm going to turn it over to Kinga.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I'm here this evening to report a partnership that we have with the University of Michigan. It's the SPARKS program. SPARKS is a professional learning community. SPARKS stands for Stepping Up Against Racism and Xenophobia. The PLC participants from last year had a lot of positive feedback. One person that we had sent out an expert, his name is Chris Erickson. He's an English teacher at Huron. Chris says that his biggest takeaway from Sparks was the importance of the opportunity to listen to others and to be heard. Sparks allows for vulnerability, for sharing. And he says that the work at Huron is focused on equity as it is the core of what they do. Thank you.
Right, good evening. And the final piece of our report tonight is on our substitute status with EduStaff. So you heard a little bit about this tonight. On the slide in front of you, you see the data. We continue to partner with EduStaff, as you heard a few times. We are working with them both to continuously provide our substitute teachers and substitute paras. A new program they instituted last year was a pilot that we started with them. The training for paraeducators, so it's intended to get those paraeducators who aren't currently qualified to be paraeducators up to speed and trained to either take the parapro assessment test or to get the college credit. So they're helping them get those credits to move on to be a paraeducator. So I think there was a little bit of miscommunication on that earlier tonight, but that's what the pilot entails. We have 5 people working under that pilot right now. We're also expanding our pilot into speech and social work, as they know and we know that those are areas we need assistance in bringing on more people. So they're helping us to try to bridge that gap. They work with us not only to recruit for subs, but they also help us with our recruiting and our advertising for actual teaching positions too. I think that covers the highlights of this slide.
All right, final next steps. All right, so some of our next steps as we look to continue to strengthen our pipelines is obviously we want to increase our partnerships. Kenya is doing an amazing job with reaching out to the various universities and finding different programs and different ways that we can partner that are helpful to our staff and things that they can participate in. We're going to continue to recruit and retain our minority staff, through having equity teams and affinity groups. And then we'll continue to do all of our job fairs because those have really been successful for us. We're able to interview candidates on the spot. We put them all on a spreadsheet, send them out to principals, and then they're able from those lists to go, directly and hire individuals. It's really worked out well. So with that round of speed dating, we'll open it up for questions.
Vice President Schmidt.
One thing, and I don't know if we've looked at this, but I know that, for instance, the special ed programs at MSU, for instance, they're really starting to drill down into the science of reading training. And I would think that people that are being trained a certain way, I've talked to some of the students there that are placed for student teaching in schools that are using ways that are not effective and how frustrated they are. They want to find a district that has moved towards what the science teaches us about literacy, that we need to make a concerted effort to find those schools that are doing that correct teaching and bringing those people here and letting them know we're a district that's moving forward. So just for us to be aware of that, because it's happening in some universities and some it is not still in Michigan.
Thank you for that bit of information. We do work with MSU, but I was not aware that that was one of the universities that offers that.
Trustee Wilkes.
Okay, thank you, President Feaster. I think it's worth repeating the information that you shared about EduStaff and as it relates to parapros and TAs, parapros, because again, the information that we received today suggested that EduStaff staffers are actually taking parapro positions without being trained. So could you, I'm sorry, I can't remember your name.
It was Holly, but I can speak to the program. Yes, I can speak to the program,
well,
actually.
If you could address that, please.
So there are a few different things going on. So as Holly alluded to, this pilot program just started last year. So we have about 5 people who are in that pilot program right now. And what they're doing is giving them specific training to being what a parapro has to experience every day. So some of the NCVI training, but they couldn't qualify as a parapro to work in the district at this time because they either don't have the associate's degree or the number of credit hours to do so. So that's separate from the parapros that we have who EduStaff just kind of hire to come in, who meet just the minimum that they need to have there and are working in our building. So I think I signed, when we get those individuals into this pilot program, they actually send us kind of a contract. We go over the contract so we know specifically who those individuals are as opposed to the individuals who just signed up to become EduStaff trained. However, I would say EduStaff does have a training program for everyone, teachers and TAs. They have to do several things before they're able to just sign on with EduStaff and go work for districts. So no one is coming in with absolutely no training at all. The other thing, if I could clarify, that was said earlier as well, is that there was something about the TAs who are working long periods of time or that it's not allowed or something of that nature. There is a limitation to what how long teacher subs can work, and that's a 90-day limitation. That does not apply to TA subs. So I just wanted to make that clarification as well.
Thank you, Ms. Langford, for making those clarifications, because I think a lot of folks were maybe a little confused, including myself. So the clarification really helps me too.
And
Thank you.
I would also add that we have subs in the role while we continue to look to fill the positions.
Absolutely.
So they're not outsourced positions. We have them in there as we continue to look for folks to hire.
Thank you.
Trustee Basket.
You know, we in past years, we've often heard about the plight of finding substitute teachers. Haven't heard anything recently, and I probably shouldn't say that too loudly. But can you speak to how we've been resolving the issue, as well as understanding, clarify the role of a long-term sub versus a day-to-day sub? I'm sorry to get into the details, but we're getting more and more emails, which again, inaccurate information.
Yeah, and the one thing that I would say is every morning at 7 o'clock, my wake-up call is Ms. Shear's text message, where she sends the superintendent, our EDs, and others our sub percentages for that day. So we know if a building is on fire and doesn't have enough subs, we know how we can dispatch individuals out to those buildings. So I'll let her speak to some of your other questions about subs.
So the question about long-term subs, generally those are filling behind either vacant positions that we're trying to fill behind as with regular, but we have this gap between where we have holes, they fill those. We also use them for leave of absences. So we have teachers that go on maternity leave or surgeries or whatnot. We have long-term subs that come in and fill those roles. By the state of Michigan rules, a long-term sub can work under a sub permit for 90 calendar days, not school days, calendar days, and then after 90 calendar days, we can no longer keep them in that assignment unless we try to get an extension on a permit or do some special things to do that, or we have to find a new sub. So, but ideally, most surgeries, maternity leaves, things like that fall in that 90-day parameter, so we get our regular teachers back. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. How have you resolved I'm assuming you've resolved the shortage of substitute teachers?
I don't know that we've resolved it, but we are having better fill rates this year. So I think it's a little combination of they've been able to recruit more subs. We've done a better job of trying to curb some absenteeism. So between both efforts, we are seeing a little bit higher fill rates this year than we have in past years.
So to answer or address the question from a parent who says, we love Ms. Shear, she's been our long-term sub, why can't we keep her?
Generally, we have to rely on the state of Michigan to determine whether or not we can extend that person beyond 90 days.
And we have no control there. It's up to someone's approval from above?
It is up to the state superintendent who will determine if they will approve a long-term sub permit.
Thank you.
Trustee Muhammad?
So I know I asked this, at the committee meeting, but, and I appreciate, I know this is how the presentation was presented about, looking at the different groups and the student groups and the ratios. And there's some detail as far as, the number of, looking at this slide, where there's teacher, professional school staff, it's broken down to peri-educators and other support staff, building leaders, central leaders. But, a request that I had was if we can get a little bit more detail, especially how many subs or how many are within special ed, or how many are we seeing gaps in different staffing areas? It would just be very helpful to have that, especially if we're trying to look at if we need to right size or do anything or see, just as a board, to be informed of where are the gaps especially.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of what you're asking.
So just like how it's broken down, for example, in slide 5.
What's broken down?
Staff by groups.
Slide 5.
By groups.
So be able to further break it down to see where are we seeing areas where we're, having shortages, staffing shortages, or we're having more staff in some areas. Like, for example, in special ed, or the number of subs, or, because right now it's broken down in bigger groups, so it's hard to tell where the shortages are or if there's any issues.
So the numbers that you're looking at include staff plus vacancies. So, and I think we talked about, I know you talked about this. So I can tell you, or one thing that I did want to clarify while I was here, is that what was said earlier, we know that can you go to the next slide actually? So if you look at our current number of 1373.63 for our teachers there, for example, we know that at the time of this, October 10th, there were 26 teacher openings. I checked with Holly today, and there are 21 teacher openings. Of those, 15 of them are special education. So I know that, and we could most certainly work on a way to display that. I understand your question, yes.
Yeah, it would just be helpful to see where the gaps are.
But it's also a moving target.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is.
No,
It's
of
very
course.
fluid.
today, and
Every
next week we
day
fill
that we
60.
check this, yes.
Yeah, of course.
All right. If nothing else, thank you all very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I believe that brings us down to 9.4, student enrollment for fall 2025 annual report.
All right, we have our, after the dynamic HR team, we have our dynamic duo, Assistant Superintendent Linden and Dr. Berger. And we also have with us this evening, I'm sure Ms. Linden will introduce Ms. Billings, who does just incredible work for us in our pupil accounting department. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Linden at this time.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Park, President Feaster, trustees. It's our pleasure to bring to you this evening the enrollment report. And before we do that, it is not often that we get to thank the woman behind the scenes who does much, if not all, of the district level work of putting this together. And as you know, student enrollment is where much of our funding comes from. So this job requires a whole lot of attention to detail, knowledge of the systems and the changing requirements, and awareness of audit procedures. So I'm very pleased to introduce to you, if you've not met, Colleen Billings. She is our student/pupil accounting coordinator for our district. She carries the highest level of pupil accounting certification. She also has many years of experience, both in other districts and here in the Ann Arbor Public Schools for the past many years. I will not say how many. And Colleen and our entire office professional team in our buildings work extremely hard, along with teachers who take attendance daily and our administrators who are carefully monitoring. Colleen leads all of that training for our office professionals to be able to do the count process. And you may recall that earlier this year, we received the resignation of our director of pupil accounting. And when I called the county auditors to let them know we had a change of personnel, they said, we're not worried at all. Colleen's got it. And I hung up that phone just feeling really reassured. I knew Colleen was amazing, but they obviously see a lot more of the behind the scenes work that Colleen does every day. So I didn't want to miss a chance to recognize her here this evening.
Thank you
and
for
her.
staying up with us. Wow.
She submits our count day information to the state in both the fall and the winter, and make sure that every FTE we can get for the district, we do, and she supports our buildings in doing the same. So it is
Awesome.
no small job that she has.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And it is my pleasure to bring Dr. Dan Berger forward, who is going to share with you the highlights, very, very brief highlights. But there are many more slides for the community to see. They will be posted as well. Dr. Berger.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees. I am going to try not to let it hurt my feelings that I was given 10 minutes while the HR team was given 12 minutes.
Keeps telling you
Work on that.
So it's that enrollment report time of year again. So today I'm going to bring you the annual 2025 enrollment report. Our first data slide, which you can see in front of you, presents the top line numbers. As of fall count, we have 16,625 students in grades Y5 through 12 across all of our buildings and our county programs. And if we add in the 380 preschool students who we serve, then the AAPS is currently serving, as of fall count day, 17,005 students. If we go to the next slide, this represents a 1.17% decrease from our Y5 to 12 enrollment from last year, which is 196 less students. This is a slightly larger decrease than the last couple of years, but not as big as you can see on the slide, the couple of years that we had the really big drops a few years ago, with fall 1920 and fall 2021. But to put that into context, we have seen student enrollment decrease across the state and county as well as over the AAPS. This plot in front of you looks at the change in student counts as a proportion of 2002 enrollment so that we can compare the state with the county and Ann Arbor Public Schools. And so you can see the green line is the state of Michigan proportion of 2002 enrollments. The purple line is the Washtenaw ISD, and the blue line is the Ann Arbor Public Schools. So while enrollment decreases have begun to catch up with us, and we're, that's the state trend. We can't totally buck the state trend of the number of students that are in Michigan. It's begun to catch up to us since fall of 2019, but if we look over these past 2+ decades, enrollment across the state of Michigan has dropped by 16.7%, and in the county it's dropped by 7.4%. During that same timeline, we've actually gained slightly 1.2%. So we are kind of bucking the overall trend of both the state and the county here. Turn to something completely different, but looking the next couple of slides, we're going to look at our student demographics. This display shows our race ethnicity breakdown district-wide over the last 3 years. As you can see, we haven't had any really big changes. We have pretty steady across the different race ethnicity groups over the last 3 years. If you go to the next slide, this shows other demographic groups. Students with IEPs make up about 1 in 8 of our population, or 12.8%. Students from homes impacted by poverty, as measured by free or reduced price lunch status, make up a little over 1/4, or 26.4% of our population. And English learners make up between 1 in 9 and 1 in 10, or about 10.5% of our overall student population. So the next thing we want to talk a little bit about is student mobility. This table shows the number of students that have entered the Ann Arbor Public Schools in grades 1 through 12 between the end of last year, the 24-25 year, and fall count day of 2025. We had a total of 862 new students entering. This is not including kindergartners. This is just grades 1 through 12. 862 new students entering from various places, which actually is a little bit less mobility than we've had in some prior years. I don't know if people are just moving less. And you can read where they're coming from on the table. The peach-colored pullout is showing from other public schools within the county, and that's broken down here. You can see we have a fairly large number coming from Ypsilanti. It looks like that's gone up, but that actually may just be a fact that we had a lot of unknowns in some prior years. So I think we're just doing a better job of keeping records of where the students are coming from. My guess is that we always had a fairly large number coming in from our neighbors next door. Taken together, SOC students make up 10.9% of our overall student count, with 5 times more of those coming from within than out of the county sources. And I don't know what's wrong with this slide, but it has more information and is correct on the actual PowerPoint presentation that was uploaded for you all. There were 414 new schools of choice students that came in this year. Of those, about 30% were already existing Ann Arbor students who applied to schools of choice to stay with us because they moved out of the county. So roughly a third of the new SOCs this year were students who were already our students last year. Moving on to the next slide. To finish our discussion of mobility, we look at the students who left Ann Arbor Public Schools between the end of last year and fall count of 2025. We had 868 total departures, which is quite close to the number of entries. If you recall, that was 862, so pretty similar in and out numbers here. And about half of those we know for sure, based on the information that we were given, moved away. They moved out of the county, they moved out of the state, they moved out of the country. And a quick note, based on how the state reporting works, we don't actually know whether students who left for charter, private, or homeschool are local or not. So up here you can see we have charter school, we have homeschool, we have private schools. The private school, for example, it could be that they moved to a private school down the street in our neighborhood and they actually didn't move, or it could be that they moved to Idaho and enrolled in a private school there. We actually just don't know because of the way that the state reporting works. It just says they went to a private school. So when we read this, sometimes we think, oh, that's a lot of students who chose to leave Ann Arbor Public Schools and went to a local private or charter, but that's actually not what this says. We don't actually know exactly where they went here. So it could be in our area, some of these, and it could be anywhere in the country or the state.
Can somebody fit in two categories, or you're in one category?
One category only.
Okay.
Yeah, one category only. The way that the state reporting works, there's no overlap here. Good question, thank you. So finally, our last slide just kind of gives an overview of the takeaways that we have actually these takeaways are from the entire presentation, not just what we talked about tonight. But while the overall headcount is still decreasing, for the fourth year in a row, we have less than a 1.2% change in overall enrollment. Despite, and this is a slide that we didn't see tonight, but it is in the larger slideshow. But despite birth rate drops in the county, we're still seeing growth over the same time frame in our Young 5 and kindergarten enrollments, with participation in the Young 5 program remaining quite robust. Taking a longer view, our enrollment numbers have increased over the last 2 decades, while trends in the state and county have shown decreases during that same time frame. We continue to serve a diverse student population, and we've seen growth in our populations of both English learners and students with IEPs, individual education plans, over time. And we continue to demonstrate fairly high mobility rates. Students come in, students come out every year, and some of that's just the nature of our community with the universities and whatnot. And then finally, overall, AAPS residency is 89.1% and strong and consistent with prior years. And that is the enrollment report. So I'm happy to take any questions that any of you all have.
Trustee Basket?
Yeah, can you speak to the increasing lack of affordable housing in Ann Arbor? Our district, are we being impacted? Folks moving out?
I cannot personally speak to that. I have not studied housing in Ann Arbor.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody else has anything to say.
Fair
about
enough.
that.
Are we losing more people of students who are impacted by poverty than past?
That is checkable, but I do not have that on my fingertips. But that is definitely something that we can do because we have, we know the student numbers of the students who exited, and we can pull demographics.
Okay, thank you. I'd be interested in that.
Trustee Muhammad, then Wilkes, and then Schmidt.
Well, I was going to ask, because I saw the exit surveys that were done, and that gives a lot of information of why. Of course, the response rate, if I read it.
Very low this year.
What was, because I'm seeing.
It was close to 5% this year. Last year we had almost 20% response rate.
So it's
this year
lower.
we only had like a 5%
Okay, so you can't really.
Rate. So yeah,
because I was wondering if you can add, because I see some of the reasons, but I don't see anything about affordability or housing or other factors. I don't know if that is on the exit survey.
So the way that the survey was set up, and I didn't set up the survey, I just have been working with the data.
Yeah.
But currently it asks where they are going, And then it is just open-ended responses like, why did you choose to leave? So when I'm giving you those, so when you're looking at those results, that's a result of me going through sort of like qualitative research methods and coding based on reasons, and then finding codes that kind of match and putting things together. Interestingly, if I'm remembering correctly, and I don't have that in front of me, but the top 2 reasons were the same this year as they were last year.
Okay.
So we actually did see some similar results from last year's exit survey with a higher rate to this year's.
Okay, but it's qualitative. You're pretty much just coding
It is, yes.
responses
Yes.
rather than, so
Yeah.
is there any way to have some quantitative?
I mean,
but I don't know who set up the survey.
So we could certainly revamp the survey
Okay,
if we wanted
okay.
to do that and ask different questions if there are different questions that we wanted the answers to.
Because that would capture a little bit of the affordability. I don't know.
Let's see, looks.
Yeah, I would love to see the, thank you, President Feaster. I would love to see the questions that were asked in the exit interview as well. But I also wanted to ask about, on slide number 9, so the line with the charter schools, so do we have any idea if those are local charters or if that's a charter school in another state? We
actually
don't have that
don't know
information
that.
either.
We don't know that. We have that it is a charter school. That's the exit code, that the state has an exit code that it is a charter school, but we don't know where that charter school is. Yeah.
Okay.
Same with the private
Same with
schools,
private. I
and
heard
same with the
private.
homeschool, actually.
Okay.
We do know. We do know in the exit survey, we ask, if they moved away or if they are, staying, but making another choice. But again, we had pretty low response rate this year. But we do have the reasons why people who made those other choices sort of like summarized in a couple of slides. I think there are 3 slides that I added after the performance committee that you all saw that are in the posted version that you can look at.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Vice President Schmidt.
So the 30% of schools of choice are people that were our students. And then they became schools of choice because they moved out of district, but they wanted to stay in our district.
So that is 30% of this year's new school of choice. I can't speak for the overall school of choice.
Okay, because I was thinking if
30%
that
of
number
this year's
goes up
new.
year to year,
Mhm.
that could tell us more students are leaving because,
Sure.
they might end up
Yeah.
here when there's just one kid in the family, they're in a little house, they want to get a bigger house, they can't afford it, they move out, but they want to stay. All right.
Trustee Wilkins.
Are we tracking in-district transfers for each school? Or are they included in this? Are they just...
I'm not sure what you're asking.
So do we know how many students are not attending their school that they're zoned for, but they're Ann Arbor students?
That is not here. That is a thing that is knowable based on, that is something that we can pull from our student information system, but that's not reflected in this report.
It could be useful to see those trends, not to, if we had it for a number of years.
All right. Thank you so very much for your time. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you all. Thanks for the good
Thank you.
questions, too.
And I believe that brings us down to first briefings. And I think we're at 11.1 AN 2243 Skyline Elevator Improvements.
Thank you very much, President Feaster. At this time, we have Mr. Bing and Mr. Steinhebel coming forward regarding the elevator, excuse me, the elevator improvements and repairs at both Skyline and Pioneer High School. Oh, and looks like Ms. Corona also. Oh, no, she's just moving closer.
Moral support.
All right. Good evening, trustees.
Good evening.
And thank you, Superintendent Parks. Appreciate the opportunity to bring these items forward with some timely and critical infrastructure items for consideration. The first item, as mentioned, is Skyline Elevator, and I will turn it over to Jason to walk through that.
Good evening. First proposal is for the Skyline Elevator improvement. I mentioned it is really the only thing that's being kept on this elevator is the existing shaft. I mean, pretty much all the mechanicals. It's really almost a complete replacement. We solicited bids. We sent the bid invitation to 43 companies. We did only end up with one reply. We had a good showing at the walkthrough, but we did only end up with one response. This is kind of a specialty trade, so it's not that uncommon that we did it. So this is for the elevator that is near the Commons. It serves all floors. The work is scheduled to take place during the summer and / fall of 2026.
Seeing no questions? Oh, question, Trustee Wilkins.
You brought up during the bond committee that partly because there was only this one bidder, you actually brought in another, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but brought in another elevator expert to make sure that this was a good bid and that it was competitive pricing. And can you speak to that for a little bit, please?
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah, because we're not seeing the kind of turnout that we're looking for in some of our elevator requests for proposals and invitations for bids, we've reached out to some different elevator consultants. We landed on, I think, a really quality consultant here to help assist with the process. They're not only assisting with the review, peer review of bids and specifications, but also with developing an assessment across the district so that we have a good baseline to work with moving forward. So they helped in this particular review make sure that we're hitting our the typical expected pricing that we should see on a project like this.
Mr. Schmidt.
And I just want to say this for the public. You also mentioned that new construction are projects that a lot of these companies would rather do. Then it's kind of like the renovation of a house is a pain versus building a brand new house. So that's why. Okay. Yeah.
Did you say bond dollars?
Yes, bond dollars.
Thank you.
No, but they didn't know.
All right. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much. I think that brings us down to AN, oh, we already did that one. AN 2245 Huron Natatorium AV upgrade.
Pioneer.
Pioneer Skyline.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Two elevators.
AN 2244 Pioneer Elevator Improvements.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same scope as the Skyline. This is for the elevator near the media center that serves all the floors at Pioneer. Very similar timeline as Skyline would probably lag. It is the same company, so it would probably lag slightly as Skyline is the current priority.
Bond dollars?
Bond dollars.
Thank you. All right, seeing nothing else, that brings us down to AN 2245 Huron Auditorium AV upgrade.
This is a upgrade to the AV electronics and speakers, all new infrastructure, conduit, raceway, and new speakers.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, brings us down to AN 2247 solar array upgrade at Huron, Pioneer, Skyland, and Forsyth.
Yeah, thank you. I'll introduce this item. This work covers the expansion of 4 of our schools with large rooftops that can handle additional capacity in the district. This would include Forsyth Middle School, Scarlett Middle School, Huron High School, and Pioneer High School. We're bringing these expansion and upgraded solar arrays for your review tonight because it offers an opportunity for us to not only increase the overall capacity of generation in the school district, save money on operating costs, but also allows us to capture incentives that are available through an expiring Inflation Reduction Act through direct pay. This year, we were able to receive our first direct pay check from Treasury for $572,000. This was for arrays installed in 2023. So if we can install these systems prior to the expiration date of July 4, 2026, we can still capture these incentives and make our dollars go farther for the district. So that's why we're bringing forward these additional arrays, and we're excited at the overall anticipated electrical production of these systems, which will equate to 20% or greater of AAPS's current electrical consumption, which will equal savings annually of about $750,000 or greater.
Mr. Wilkerson?
Quick question. The incentive, how much is that? What's the value of the incentive?
So the full incentive value is 30%. So it covers not only this, the install cost, but additionally the soft costs associated with engineering and permitting. So that would be rolled into the overall submittal to the IRS.
Okay, great. And then one other question. I know, I think it was earlier in the year, we were holding off on certain items related to roofing until we completed roofing projects. Are any of these on the slate to have roofing work done prior to or after these installations?
Yes, thankfully, you all have reviewed and approved the roofing improvements that were necessary in order to bring these forward. So I think we have some roofing improvement scheduled at Forsyth, as well as which other? I think Forsyth is the one that comes to mind, but I think maybe Huron as well. Yeah, most of the prior to bringing these forward, we made sure that we either have a plan to improve the roofs or they have already been recently updated.
Okay.
There's a roofing package currently being bid right now, so they're due mid-January.
Okay, thank you.
And so on top of the 30% incentive, this is coming out of bond funds?
This is coming out of bond or sinking fund.
That's great. All right.
Oh, but I would like to point out one more time that this is an annual general fund savings of $750,000. That's outstanding.
When all the systems are energized in 2026, that's what we would be looking at.
Yeah, that's great.
Very helpful.
It is. It is. Thank
Right.
you.
Seeing nothing else, that brings us down to AN 2246, High School Marching Band Equipment Replacement.
Got Ms. Linden here for this item.
You indeed. Good evening. Thank you very much. I am pleased to bring forward a recommendation for replacement of marching band equipment at Huron, Pioneer, and Skyline. Much of this equipment has not been replaced for more than 30 years. And I have to thank our band directors and Kim Colson Mobley for completing an assessment of the current instruments and the equipment needed to use those instruments in marching band. This evening, we are bringing forward a recommendation to replace snare drums, bass drums, tenor drums, and crash cymbals, including the equipment needed to carry those in marching band. I have to also thank Kim Colson Mobley and the team for making so many repairs over the past 30 years to try to keep the equipment and the instruments working. They work very hard to be frugal, and we thank them very much for their work to be fiscally responsible. This evening, we're bringing a recommendation to allow $35,688 per building to be spent on replacement of this equipment. The total request is for $107,065. There is no charge for shipping and handling, and this request and recommendation comes to us through a cooperative national bid called the TIPS, or the Interlocal Purchasing System, so there was not a formal bid process required because of that. We are also pleased to be working with our longtime vendor, Sweetwater Music, a highly reputable and local company who have really worked with the Ann Arbor Public Schools for many years. The funding would come from capital program funds, specifically the bond. And so we are happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Trustee Wilkes.
Thank you, President Feaster. We covered this in committee, but I just wanted to ask it again. So does this cost take into account future maintenance and repairs of the instruments, or are repair costs not covered under this particular funding source?
And I did a little research between 5 o'clock and now. So these instruments are covered on a 2-year warranty. So repairs are done at Sweetwater's in-house for the next 2 years, but the bond does not cover repairs. So that answers hopefully both parts of your question.
So then that would have to come out of our general fund for repairs? I'm
It
assuming?
would. Kim Colson Mobley, I wish she were here. She is away at a conference right now, and she's trusting me to do a good job in her behalf. But I will tell you this, much like our IT department, we maintain and keep all usable parts. So when something does get broken, we try to repair it in-house as much as we can. And anything that is more cost efficient to repair as opposed to replace that we can't do, we do send out to be repaired.
Okay, good to know. All right, thank you.
These are
Thanks
great
for checking on
questions.
that. Thanks for checking.
Is this a situation where the used instruments get refurbished? So, like before, I think we talked about this in a previous. Okay.
They do. Pads get replaced, valves break, those get repaired. That's happening quite a lot. Many times the band directors and orchestra directors are doing that, the quick fixes. And I know Kim has spent many hours repairing instruments herself. So,
Thank you. Wilkins, Trustee Wilkins.
I have a question about timing. So if this goes through its normal process and is approved, will there be enough time to get these in time for like interlock and marching band camp this summer? And that
yes,
kind of thing?
most definitely. Yes. That's another great question. I appreciate you thinking about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Well, that brings us down to AN 2248, District Patrol and Event Security Contract Recommendation.
Thank you, President Feaster. We have, excuse me, Mr. Rice and Ms. Margolis coming forward with this item, which is for our after-hours patrol and event security vendor. We found out that our existing vendor went out of business a few weeks ago, so we had to do a quick turnaround and find a new company. So Ms. Margolis and Mr. Rice will talk us through that. Go ahead, Ms. Margolis.
Yes, we did not expect to have to put out an RFP for that, but we have then put out an RFP for both the after-hours patrol and event security. And you can see all the different areas that it covers. It covers our district buildings, non-school hours. They do alarm response. They also do weekly reports for us. They interact with law enforcement if it's necessary. And then we also use them for our events, our high school football, basketball games, as well as University of Michigan home games. They are on site just sort of monitoring Pioneer itself during those home games. And so we have, through our RFP process, we received 8 proposals from qualified vendors. And after an evaluation, we are recommending, this is first reading, that MCK Security, which does business as Signal of Western Michigan, be awarded this contract. This is to approve a 3-year contract with the option to extend for 2 years annually with Signal in the amount of $1.952829.02 million for security patrols and $293,092.52 for event security. And you're going to ask that magic question, but this is general fund. So, Mr. Rice, if you have to say anything.
Guess we still got to have it. Trustee Schmidt.
Wasn't there something, I think at Finance we talked about that this was, a lot of the workers that were with the other company we were with have been hired, so they're familiar with our buildings, et cetera?
Yes, that is true, yes.
Trustee Basket.
So just to clarify, this 1.9 million is for 3 years or each year?
For 3, and you can see the breakdown on the bottom. We have the year 1,
Yes,
2,
I'm sorry.
3 with the
Got that
3%
there.
contingency. Yeah.
Thank
you. Trustee Wilkes.
Yeah, in our committee meeting, we also addressed whether or not these guards were armed or not. Can you talk about that?
They are not. They are unarmed. for every instance that we use them.
Okay, good to know.
Trustee Wilkins.
Is this 3 years or 5 years?
It's, well, the price for 5, but we can, after the 3 years, we can opt to extend it for another 2 additional if we're happy with their service.
Okay, so right now, we're just approving the 3-year.
You're actually approving the 5-year,
Approving
but
the 5-year.
at the 3rd-year interval, we'll do an assessment.
Okay, thank you.
We actually assess it every year, but
Thank you both very much.
Thank
you. Okay. And I believe that brings us down to draft update to policy 1130, vacancies in officer positions. I believe I missed the last governance committee meeting, so I will turn it over to Trustee Basket if she would not mind walking us through the proposal for the officer position updates.
Thank you, President Feaster. So trustees, you have this in our pack on Diligent, the Diligent website, and I know I've spoken with each of you regarding this proposed change. This change is in keeping with the process for the other vacancies of the other positions. If I'm assuming everybody will have it pulled up. So in the event, but I'll read it anyway for the public. In the event of a vacancy in the office of presidency, of the president, the vice president shall serve as acting president and hence handle all those responsibilities until the election of a new board president at the next regular or special meeting of the board if there is no vacancy on the board. And my fellow committee members brought up the concern about ties. So we added the next sentence. If there is a vacancy on the board, the election of a president shall occur following the seating of the newly appointed trustee. Are there any questions, concerns that someone wants to raise at this point?
Trustee Muhammad?
So my question is what, I know that we're trying to be consistent with how the other officers are being elected or when there is a vacancy. I looked at several other policies from other schools, and usually, just because usually the president and vice president work closely together, and they're usually informed regularly by the superintendent of what's happening. You know, obviously when we elect the vice president, we assume that if something happened, you would finish the term, and it's only a 1-year term. There could be disagreements. Maybe I didn't vote for this person, whatever. So I guess I'm trying to understand what is the problem that we're trying to fix.
The problem we are trying to fix, first of all, there should be an assumption that when someone is elected vice president, that your vote was to ultimately put that person in as president without having additional consideration. So that's number one. Number two, again, all of us, especially if we add a new member, should have a voice into that new president. And three, I can go counting, is if I choose to be vice president and I know the roles of the vice president, that's what I'm choosing. That's what I put my hat in the ring for. I may not have put my hat in the ring to assume the presidency. As we know, the presidency carries a lot of responsibilities, and I may not have wanted that. So, it affects you when it wasn't your decision to resign. It was the president's decision to resign. But is there another concern you want to raise, trustee? Just want to clarify.
So I thought in the policy for the officers, when it lists all the officers, it lists specifically that I can't pull up policies for some reason, but I thought it lists that if the vice president under that role is like the superintendent eval, to if the president, like just today, Vice President Schmidt was running the meeting. Professional development. And then it also says that in the case of the president stepping or resigning from the office, that they would assume the role of the president just to finish the term. So I always assume that, I don't think it happens frequently enough. I don't know when, I guess I want to understand. I know it happened in my situation, so I understand. I only fulfilled I think it was 4 months or 5 months of that term, but I don't know how frequently this happens.
It has happened before.
But how frequently?
But is that relevant? It has happened at least once before, if not twice before.
I just think that we were, I don't know, when I vote for the vice president, I assume that they're going to be very close to the president. They're going to always be more in touch. Most likely they're on the executive board.
Not necessarily, trustee. I mean, there are a lot of assumptions, and excuse me
I'm
for
just sharing
interrupting.
that's how I feel. I'm just sharing.
And I appreciate that, and I appreciate you sharing that, but I don't know if every one of us have those same assumptions. So again, what is proposed here is to give us all a voice in choosing the next president. And I would not also assume that the superintendent is more in line or communication with the vice president and the president as opposed to any one of us. I mean, I can't speak to that, but I would not want the community to assume that.
I think one of the advantages to this is that if there's a vacancy, because if that person leaves, now there's a vacancy, right? And we bring a new person on, I think it's good for not only the people that are currently on to choose, but that person also gets to choose. So that the whole body had a voice to choose who's the president. And it could happen a month into your service as president, and then the whole year is somebody. So I like that idea that it's that person also gets a voice.
What I'll say is thank you, Trustee Basquette, Trustee Wilkerson, for noodling through and creating an update for us to consider. Obviously, you addressed my concern when you brought it up at the initial meeting about ties and why it might not be a good idea. I don't know where I stand on it yet, but I appreciate you all doing the work. And obviously, trustees will have some time to consider it before our next second briefing, I would think. And we can make some decisions as to whether or not we want to adopt the update or if we decide we don't want to adopt the update. Trustee Wilkins?
Sounds like if at the same time, we would need to be updating the job description, so to speak, of the vice president, if it says something contrary to that.
So I can't pull it up, so I'm not even sure what it says right now. So
Yes, that is true.
I did some checking on that. We'd have to update policy 1100 and 1130 as well.
Okay.
Because it references the vice president filling those vacancies.
Would you repeat the policy number?
1100 and 1130. And you have to go to board docs to review the policies.
Or our old board doc?
That's why we can't get it.
Thank you. That's why we can't find it.
Okay.
We thought we were just inept.
Oh, wow. 1100.
So can we do that all at the same time? Is that, or do we have to have first briefing to change those policies and then bring it all together?
Yeah, you would have
Doesn't make sense to do one, to vote on one and then vote on the others, I don't think.
This is up for first briefing now, so
Right.
traditionally it will go to second briefing. And I don't know that the other policy would have a chance to catch up in time unless we take this off of the agenda for second briefing at our next meeting.
We'll look into the process when we come back. And again, I'm open to all conversations with any of the trustees, but did touch base once, at least.
Fair enough. All right, if there's nothing else, we'll move down to 10.8, draft proposed new policy 1180, board member professional development. Again, I think I missed that second governing committee meeting where this was discussed further. So I would turn it over to one of my colleagues, Trustee Basket or Trustee Wilkerson, who attended that meeting, for them to present what you all were able to create in my absence.
I think, well, if I'll start, and Trustee Wilkerson, I believe this was your proposal. This came out of our conversations regarding expectations and professional development of each of us. As we are familiar, nearly everybody, I can't think of any position in this district that does not require additional professional development. But the expectation was not set upon ourselves. So this was proposed that we, as trustees, again, you can read it here, trustees, are expected to complete all CBA Level 100 series offered by the Michigan Association of School Board as soon as possible or within the first year of service. Of course, we'll be expected to complete all mandated training as required by law. And if you choose to serve as an officer, there's an additional expectation that you'll complete 3 additional MASB courses or workshops relative to the position as soon as possible, but within 6 months of assuming the position. And we've added that all trustees should continue professional development each year of their tenure on the board by completing 2 additional MASB courses annually. A list of courses/workshops attended will be shared annually at the board's organizational meeting. Well, that was a suggestion of the organizational meeting. Yes.
Trustee Basket, Trustee Schmidt.
Just a question. So if we do a training as a board at a retreat, that would count for
Yes.
certain amounts of training? So
Because as you are aware, when we sign the attendance sheet, that gives us credit, and that goes on.
Because I know I went back and looked at what my
Transcript?
my transcript is,
Resume?
and thought, oh yeah, that's right, that was that retreat and that was that retreat. So okay.
And Trustee Wilkerson, did you want to add anything to this?
I'll add, I think we trimmed back some of the original language that was more specific to calling out what classes would be appropriate for each of the board officer positions, just to kind of streamline that and obviously account for changes annually based on course offerings and things of that nature. One other thing I'll add is I think, there's a commitment, the idea behind this is a commitment to continuing professional education for each of us as board members. I think it just shows a level of effort and consideration of us, putting into service. Based on some additional discussions, maybe the specific call out to MASB might not be appropriate. I also thought about some of our team went to the National School Board Association for training, so we might want to, update that language a little bit for consideration again. But just wanted to put that out there as well.
Just to clarify, when you attend the National or even the Equity/Advocacy Institute, MASB does give you credit for that.
Oh, okay. So it's still through
Noted on that. I guess I would also like to get feedback. Is the organizational meeting the appropriate annual, or because it could also be a summer? But we thought we put in organizational because, as I believe we're going to do for January, is we're going to have a discussion about the roles and responsibilities, and this would be a nice way to check to see, if we've met the criteria of completing all the CBA Level 100 series.
Trustee Wilkins' hand first. Did you have something?
Yeah. I just, and we talked about this a little bit. The CBA 100 levels, it's 9 classes.
Okay.
And like the first one is 4 hours. So this is a big time commitment. And I was, I've only been able to go to one school board conference so far this year. And I wasn't really thinking about, I didn't want to take CBA level classes when I was there. I wanted to take stuff that I was interested in. I wanted to hear about how Kalamazoo schools fix their enrollment process, or whatever it is, right? So I do think it's a big time commitment for all of those. I get that it's showing a commitment, but I'm not sure if I would support all of those specific CBA level courses, or if we're just showing a commitment to learning, certainly the ones that are required, the superintendent review and the finance and that first level course and things like that. One other thing to say, but I forgot. Oh, so if we come to the organizational meeting or whatever meeting it is where we, what happens if we haven't done these, right? Is it like a public shaming in front of everyone, or
I'm sure. I'm sure it'd be up
what
to
are
the
the
president to
consequences?
use whatever methods they have to address those issues, whether it be a verbal reprimand, written reprimand.
We're not going to reprimand. I mean,
Well,
we're all
sorry.
adults
Just an
here,
incentive.
right? We're all adults, so you.
I'm not trying to be facetious. I'm just
No.
asking,
Okay.
like, if we're, because this is a new policy,
It
so
is new, and
I
I'd
think
love
we
to
should
answer, but
account for all those
Trustee
things
Wilkes
in
has
there.
had her hand up, so I'll wait.
Yeah, well, let me just address the time commitment. I mean, some of these classes are available virtually, so that's also an option. Let's see, what else? I just believe, so as a former Ann Arbor Public School teacher, I know that we were required to do professional development. I mean, we had certain number of hours where we had to be committed to professional development. And if we're expecting our teachers and our staff members to be lifelong learners, I believe that the board should be able to model that as well. And I don't believe that it's an expectation that's just out of this world. I just think that if we're expecting this from our teachers and our staff, surely we can put that same expectation on ourselves. So but again, some of the classes are virtual. It may be some wiggle room if you can't finish the classes within a year, but you have made every effort to do so. I think that should come into play, and that we should take that under consideration. But I don't think this is something that isn't feasible.
I saw Trustee Muhammad first, and then Trustee Basket.
So I do appreciate you all working, and I think it's important for us to have some kind of professional development. I personally have gone to some of the MASB courses. I honestly feel like the on-the-ground training and some of the local workshops were more beneficial than some of these courses. Like, for example, finance or the strategic plan, I did not find them very helpful. But I also come with a different background. So we're all coming from different backgrounds. So I would recommend, I agree, we need some kind of professional development, but like I wouldn't want to put it all in one bucket because, yeah, I can do it, but am I going to, if it's like something that's not helping me, I would rather take another course, like maybe there's a local workshop. Like, for example, I went to the WISD special ed workshop, and it was amazing. I learned so much more than if I went through, like, something virtually. So I would recommend having a little bit more flexibility, but requiring, like, certain courses right at the beginning that they have to take, which some of it is already outlined. So whatever we're going to do, some of it is already outlined. We would have to change policy 1170 because that is outlined when they're newly elected. There's some key courses that were pulled out. So like there's like the CBA 101, the CBA, the Open Meetings Act, the fundamentals of school board service. We can include finance in there, but I do think that it is a lot of hours. I mean, I sat into the 4-hour one. I mean, I got some things out of it, but I think that I could have gotten it at a, workshop too, because we do professional develop internally as well, and that could count too. And we don't always use MASB. So I would recommend including, like, obviously, if we're going to update it for new board members, we would have to update the current policy 1170. And then I would recommend for continuing training to be a little bit, have it more open, where it's like if you go to a local workshop, I looked at Plymouth Canton had a policy about continued training, and I thought it was, it said there has to be professional development, and then these are the options that you have to do, and we can say like, you have to do 2 hours of it every year, or something like that. But I think I would rather do professional development that I actually would benefit from it. And so that's my thoughts.
So if I may.
Yeah.
So first of all, let me read the 100 series. And the 100 series was based on us being new to school board service, period. And as we have learned, school board service is a lot of time. It is a lot more time than people acknowledge. And what would be important, another benefit, if you will, of making our expectations known is so that people who may be considering running for the board know, again, understand the commitment that they are making. It's more than 2 meetings a month, okay? And you do have to have a basic level of understanding. CBA 101 is fundamentals of school board training, okay? CBA 102 is governing through policy. Number 3, just lost number 3. Basic school, thank you, sir. Basic school finance. Number 4, and maybe you can find that for me, basic school law. Number 5, curriculum and instruction. Number 6, community relations. Number 7, trustee, if you can help me find that, labor relations. Number 8, help me with that.
Navigating the legislative
Thank you.
process.
And you want to finish the number 9? Data-informed decision-making. Well, you may not know whether this is helpful or not until you're in it. But basically, because again, as you mentioned, we all come with a different background. I would have never thought about taking a class in curriculum and instruction as, a marketer at General Motors. But once I got to the board, you learn that there's a whole lot that you don't know in your average life. So that's why the CBA 100 is created. Sometimes the local workshops that you've mentioned, like with the WISD, is sponsored or supported by MASB, and you could also get MASB credit. But nothing prevents you from taking additional courses to the CBA 100 level. And regarding changing any other policies, that's fine. We got to start somewhere before we can make changes elsewhere. So again, this is, and for the public shaming, it's, please understand, we are not intending to shame anybody, but to hold ourselves accountable, transparency, as the community would say, so that people understand the commitment that we have made and taking the responsibility to get better at the job. What is that saying? When you know better, you do better. So, but if, ignorance is not bliss, especially when it comes to the governance of our school district. So that's why this proposal is here. Again, it's not meant to be a punishment. It's not meant to be a time drain. But again, hopefully if we are better trained and understand the role of school board service, we will be more efficient in our time and in our relationship and with one another, as well as working with the superintendent.
Yeah, so, serving on, before I got on the school board, I've served on a lot of boards. It's not the same as serving on a school board. And it's an elected position. It's, person can serve on a church board or this board or that board. This has its unique things. I think as for our superintendent, it's important we do this training. I think we come in, it's not her job to try to educate us. And that's what happens. It dumps on your CEO to try to bring everybody along and teach them everything. And it's like, look, we have to make sure we understand as much as we can. There'll be things unique to our district, but she'll want us to have some general knowledge. And of course, as a board, you can always say, hey, this year let's do these two together as a group, and you knock it out as a group. Maybe the finance one you do together, or you do this. But I mean, if somebody, I think it's really important for people that are thinking of running for the board, that they have to understand there's some things that you're expected to know and bring to the board. It's not just, oh, I've been on all these things and no, it's unique. And our community deserves it. Our students deserve it. So, that's my take on it at this point.
That's Mom.
Yeah, so I'm not disagreeing that we need training. That's why I think it's important, like when we have orientation, there's that outline of again, I can't pull up the policy, but for 1170, it outlines every single area that you're supposed to touch on
Then you're going to add this on top, which, again, I don't have a problem with adding things. I just think that it's important for us to look at the material and see if it's going to help us. Because I can tell you, I did the fundamentals of school board service. I would say maybe like, for me, like it was helpful to get an overview, but like, I didn't need to sit into a 4-hour, understand that. But I mean, if there's or it could be like during our first, the organizational meeting, we have at a retreat and we go over some of this stuff. But I just feel like, I mean, I think training's important. I just don't understand, why does it have to be specific to MASB?
Can I respond to that real quick?
Sure.
I mean, we're like,
Yeah. I've heard that criticism from previous former board members, didn't take a class unless it was required. Plumbers don't go to the American Medical Association to learn to be plumbers. We don't go to the Plumbers Association to learn to be school board members. This is our trade organization, the Michigan Association of School Boards. Again, we're not saying this proposal is not saying you can't go to the University of Michigan and take a course there. What we're saying is at minimum, we expect you to understand the fundamentals of serving on a school board and all the things that could possibly be related to. As we've discussed, school finance is so different from any course I took in business school. And understanding how to deal with the conflict with the community is probably different than any social work class I've taken, serving as a school board member. So this is just a basic fundamental, the 9 courses. And yes, it is a time commitment, I grant you that, but serving on the board is a time commitment. And again, people who want to, ascend to this position should know not only that it's a time commitment, but there's help there. Okay? Because there are some people out there who want to serve who say, but I don't know how to do it. I know nothing about school finance. We can assure them that there is a trade organization, our Michigan Association of School Boards, that will help you understand school finance. And yes, there's always a change every year, and so it's not going to be perfect. But there are other courses as well, advanced school finance. And as we took together, I think we did the anatomy of a school budget, whatever. So again, this is more to aid somebody versus to punish anyone.
I'll let you go and then I'll say something.
Okay, President. Well, I was going to recommend that we table this discussion. You wanted to continue, but this is just first briefing. So, but
let me give my perspective, and I think we can move on a little. Probably, I think everyone's had a chance to speak on it. So, my perspective is first, thank you all for the great work you did in creating a policy. I am not dead set against the policy. I think it is a great idea, and the spirit of it is perfect for what a board should be. But I also think that people who are elected to this board are elected because the community chose them to be on this board, whether or not they had training or not. That's true. And so the community has the responsibility of electing the leaders that they want to have in this community. And whether they're qualified or not qualified, we see it at every level of office, from here all the way up. So I'm not against the policy. At the same time, I think that, the people who the community elects should be people who want to get this type of training and not people who have to be legislated to get this kind of training. And so I have some thinking to do about it in terms of where I land on it. But I thank you all for the great work. If there's nothing else, that brings us to second briefing, and that brings us to AN 2242, Integrated Pest Management Service.
There are no changes.
Thank you. And that brings us down to the consent agenda. Let me read it correctly. We are now at the consent agenda. Ms. Ozinski, will you please read the consent agenda?
Approve AN-2242 Integrated Pest Management Services. Approve minutes of the November 19th, 2025 regular meeting. Approve a closed session on January 7th, 2026 at 5 p.m. for the purpose of attorney-client privilege. And approve a donation from Donald Pierce, $100, donated to the Huron Class of 1975 Cafeteria Project.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. Would anyone like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion for the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt.
Support.
Support by Trustee Basket.
Sorry.
Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I believe that brings us down to number 13, which is board action. Looks like 13.1 is 2019 bond sale series V.
And I got
All right, we got Mr.
I'm sorry, Trustee Muhammad has
So
something.
for some reason, I can't pull this one up. Is there any, I don't know. Did you send that one?
Is it open?
Yeah.
I don't
Let me
know.
check,
I
let me
just,
check, let
I
me check. So it's in the mail? I mean, it's in the email?
Additional
No, I'm not going to
information.
take your, I didn't know if we can just pull it up here.
Wait, let me see.
Okay. I don't need it. No, it's okay, really. I don't know why I can't pull it up.
I was having trouble.
Why don't we
pulling it
just
up,
spin
too.
it?
Yeah, mine's spinning also. Who knows?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Which one is it?
It doesn't like us.
I don't know why that's happening.
I thought it was just.
Well, why it's fitting, so tonight we're looking for your approval for Series 5 of the 2019 bond. So this is just the next series to be issued in upcoming in May. And it's a not to exceed of $150 million.
And what happens if we don't pass this?
If we do not issue it, then all the capital people that just left will be back here telling you which projects would not be able to continue without the next series in the bond being issued.
My apologies. I said Series V, Series 5.
Series V sounds way cooler than Series 5.
We understood.
All right.
It's okay, she's.
Are there questions about approving the Series 5 of the 2019 bond sale?
No change from before.
All right, seeing nothing, seeing no questions or comments, do I need a motion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt,
Second?
or by Trustee, was that Wilkes? Trustee Wilkes, I believe?
Yep.
Okay, any discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, that brings us down to just a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing the sale of school buildings and school, no, that's not, that's the previous one.
General fund.
Sorry, 13.2, here it is. Fiscal year 26, first general fund budget amendment. Any changes?
No changes, just looking for your approval for the resolution to approve the First Amendment of the general fund budget.
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt,
Second.
supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Yeah. And I believe that brings us down to 13.3, approved board calendar, January through June of 2026.
So can we pull that?
Pull that one.
It opened
Sorry,
for me.
It's not opening. I don't know what's.
Oh,
Okay.
And I'd like to see it.
Is it opening for anyone?
it opened for me.
Oh, it's not opening for me.
There's nine.
So just a quick.
Ms. Muhammad?
So my only question is, for the calendar, did we check like religious holidays,
Yes.
We do.
all of that?
We do.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
just
we
to
do
make
every-
sure. I just want to make sure.
And if you notice any errors, let us know so we can change.
I can't, I mean, it's the first time I'm seeing,
Well, I
so
mean,
I'm
You
sorry.
can let us know later. We can still move the dates if we.
Oh, yeah, okay, yes.
Yeah, but we do. Ms. Ozinski checks thoroughly. She and I actually reviewed it again yesterday just to make sure nothing came up on the religious calendar that conflicted with the dates here. So we checked and double checked. But there's still a
great.
possibility.
That's
So
great.
if something comes up.
And always modify it.
Question.
Trustee Wilkerson?
What's the reason we can't project this out through the end of the next calendar year?
Past June, you mean?
Yes.
It just started as a practice about 4 years ago. We would do 6 months at a time.
I don't think there's a specific reason why.
Yeah, I think it
not.
was personal preference. Board members didn't know their calendars, the time, et cetera, but
Yeah,
I don't
mean,
think
for
there's a
those
legal-
of us that work, I think it's hard for like January and February, you know, we already have meetings that are starting to come on to
that's a good point.
our work calendars or travel requirements. So
That's a good
just if we could project out further, even if we have to make edits to it, personally, I think it's
No,
better
that's-
for everyone.
That's a fair
I
suggestion.
agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
No,
Like
that
for the
would be
full
helpful.
year.
Do these 6 months work for you, though?
I can do that.
Yeah, then we can come back
So
maybe
no
in
problem
January.
in January and February? Oh, okay.
Or January through June, and then the next meeting I could bring July through
through
December.
Would show, oh, never mind.
All right. If there's no other questions,
I'd like to move that we vote to approve the board calendar.
thank you, Trustee Schmidt. Is there support?
Second.
Support by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes?
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That brings us down to number 14, items for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any new items for agenda planning?
I think we already have governance working on a potential phone policy idea. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess I can say this now, even though everyone's gone. Should have said it when they were here. I don't think we're intending on having a policy prepared to go into place until the fall.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, well, yeah, that makes sense. And I think from at least the one, maybe two parents that have spoken with me, you know, they understand that. They just, you know, they feel very strongly about bell to bell, of course.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But just for clarity, don't expect it to come and be ready.
Although I will say that they've also talked about, hey, why not do a pilot in January? Although here we are, it's our last meeting of the year, so it is what it is.
Trustee Mohammed?
Yeah, and just to add to that, I mean, I agree definitely to kind of do our due diligence, but like I would love to see more like to make sure that we're hearing from everyone too before we put together. So if there's a mechanism while you're doing that, that we make sure that our vulnerable, well, also like our Black and Brown students, our, you know, students, teachers.
Point of order, we did bring everybody's suggestions to the committee meeting, and that was discussed publicly, so you can confirm that. But we're on items for agenda planning.
No, that's part of it. I'm trying to say on top of that, if we can also.
I got you. Point
You
taken.
understand.
Point taken. I think we can move forward. Anything else for agenda planning? Anything else for agenda planning? Okay, saying none. Well, that brings us to number 15, items from the board. The trustees have anything they would like to share? Trustee Wilkes.
I would. Thank you, President Feaster. So a few months ago, Superintendent Parks and 3 board trustees, including myself, had the opportunity to attend the Michigan Association of School Boards annual leadership conference right here in Michigan. The conference included general sessions and classes related to school finances, basic school law, other classes for school board members in Michigan to help hone and sharpen our skills as board members. So I think it's important for the public to know that we, as a board, are committed to holding ourselves accountable when it comes to our own professional development. And I just explained that we just attended a conference where we attended several classes. And if we require our teachers in the district to maintain a certain amount of professional development hours, in turn, I believe the board should hold itself to the same standards. I also believe it's important for trustees to continue to enhance our skills to best serve our students, our teachers, our parents, our district, and our community. And this is just sort of emphasizing what we were speaking about earlier about why we believe that taking the completing the CBA Level 1 classes is so important, and why professional development is.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkes. Trustee Wilkerson?
Yeah, I wanted to take a moment to share, earlier this week, we were notified that Superintendent Parks and members of our cabinet received holiday cards that contained negative messages, and Superintendent Parks also was targeted with a glitter bomb. And I just want it to be very clear because, our district and this board, really wants to have integrity in our relationships and the way we approach things. So I want to note that this behavior is unacceptable and it has no place in our district.
Agreed.
Disagreements must be expressed through respectful and lawful means. Our district offers several appropriate avenues for sharing concerns and viewpoints, including public comment, written correspondence to the board, and union representation. And so I just want to, again, make it very clear we're committed to ensuring that the superintendent and all of our district employees are able to work in a safe and respectful environment. And, again, I think integrity matters a lot in how we interact as a community and how we move forward as a district.
Respectful disagreements. Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson.
Don. I strongly agree with everything you just said. I appreciate you making that public statement.
Trustee Basket?
Thank you, Trustee, for bringing that to our attention. I was not aware of that, and that is very concerning, considering it's been a heck of a year. It's been a heck of a year for all of us in public service. And so I just kind of want to end, this is our last meeting of this calendar year.
Yes, it is.
So please, everyone, celebrate carefully, but with a lot of fun, because you deserve it. This has been hard, uncompensated work, basically. So Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever you celebrate, do it safely and with joy. Thank you.
So treat each other with respect.
Amen.
Yeah, Trustee Wilkerson, I also want to thank you for saying what you just said. And Superintendent Parks, you did mention that, and I am deeply sorry that you had to experience that. We should be better than that. And there are avenues to express, if you're not happy with something, there are ways to do it.
Correct.
And a glitter bomb is not the way to do it.
Right.
So, so I just need to say that. And again, everyone, have a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and just, and Happy New Year, and enjoy your families. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, trustees, for your genuine and sincere support. The team and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, if there's nothing else, do I have a motion to adjourn by voice vote?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Wilkes, support by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor to adjourn say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. We are adjourned at 11:15.
Enjoy your apple chips, everybody. They're